Push me in.
Is that okay?
Good afternoon and welcome to the meeting today. As usual, let me remind you that today's meeting will be webcast for live or subsequent broadcast via the link on the agenda. So, members, you are reminded that the recording of the webcast will be kept indefinitely. Members of the press or public may record and take photographs, except where there are confidential or exempt items. May I also remind members that they do not enjoy parliamentary privilege in relation to debate in this chamber, and members should be careful in what they say during all debates this afternoon. May I remind members, if they have mobiles, please turn them on to silent. Should your phone ring during the meeting, you will be asked to make a £20 donation to the Lord Mayor's charity. A finger buffet will be available in the banqueting suite when we break at approximately 16:30 to 1700. Finally, I would remind members that they must declare all relevant pecuniary and non-pecuniary interests relating to any items of business to be discussed at this meeting. Where a member has requested a dispensation to speak and vote on the financial plan, the independent chair of Standards Committee, Peter Wiseman, has considered such request and has agreed to grant the appropriate dispensation. This will allow the member to take part and vote in the debate, provided they have made a disclosable pecuniary interest. Please note that if a member would like to speak on a matter where a pecuniary interest has been disclosed, then the member will need to say before speaking on the substantive issue that he or she has a pecuniary interest and that the details have already been disclosed to the monitoring officer before the start of the meeting. Beyond these, does anyone have any interest to declare?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have to declare a pecuniary interest for which I have received a dispensation from the Chair of the Standards Committee.
Thank you. I move that the minutes of the meeting held on the 7th of February 2023, with copies have been circulated to each member of the Council, be taken as read, confirmed and signed. Did we have one more?
Yes. Councillor Cotton.
You weren't quick enough, Councillor Cotton.
I consider myself told, Lord Mayor. I would also like to declare pecuniary interest and to confirm that I've received a dispensation from the Chair of the Standards Committee.
Thank you. Are there any further? No. I move that the minutes of the meeting held on the 7th of February 2023, with copies having been circulated to each member of the Council, be taken as read and confirmed and signed. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? I have no announcements for today's meeting. We now move on to the agenda item relating to petitions. I move that the petitions presented before the meeting be received and referred to the relevant chief officer to examine and report as appropriate. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? Could I ask those of you who want to present a petition to press your speak button so that you will be shown on the list on my screen? I will now invite members who want to present petitions this afternoon to do so. Please can you clearly state the details of the petition and which director or directorate the petition relates to? And may I remind you, this is not an opportunity to make a speech. Could I also ask you to ensure that your name is on the front page of the petition? Please present your petition and a member of the committee service team will collect it from you. Can I call Councillor Rob Pocock?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition from residents of the Sutton Vesey ward in opposition to planning application 2023-00082/PA, which is for a further application for a monster mobile phone mast on Monmouth Drive. The residents state this will be intrusive, overbearing, damaging to local amenity, out of character with the area and slap bang in front of the National Nature Reserve. Could this be passed to the Head of Planning, please?
Thank you. Councillor Murray-Majan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In the last couple of days, we've gained 1,200 signatures. We call on the leader of Birmingham City Council to keep his word and ensure that the whole of Perry Park is restored urgently for free public use by the surrounding community. This includes, but is not restricted to, restoring the open space between the GMAC and the canal embankment as parkland for free public use, reinstating the children's play area as a priority, as well as restoration of parkland from games overlay mode, which is still present in dangerous condition over 6 months on from the closure of the Commonwealth Games, and other rectification works, including the new flood retention bund and the swell required to enable the games, but unrelated to the games overlay. The leader of the council promised the community that there will be no impact on the footprint of the park from the Commonwealth Games. We call on him to keep his word for the benefit and the well-being of the local communities, and may this go to the relevant department, please. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Yip.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition to go to planning from residents who are objecting to land lease and dismissal development plans, calling for a better proposal linking in the Chinatown and Gay Village and to create a much-needed world-class festival space. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Timothy Huxtable.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I have two petitions. The first one, due to multiple road traffic collisions along Atchison Road in Hall Green, is a petition from residents of Atchison Road, Delreen Road and Watwood Road, calling on Birmingham City Council to introduce road safety measures along Atchison Road, Delreen Road and Watwood Road, Hall Green. My second petition, Lord Mayor, is to do with Robin Hood Island and calls on Birmingham City Council to investigate alternative highway and traffic solutions to keep the free flow of traffic at Robin Hood Island, Stratford Road, Hall Green. I propose these goes to Transportation Strategy, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Mahmood.
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a petition to present on behalf of residents of Bromford Lane between number 356 and 384 Bromford Lane, calling on the City Council to install road safety measures to prevent RTAs happening on the road. I move that this goes to highways. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any more petitions? Please raise your hands if there are. Okay. Is that seconded? A petition update has been made available electronically. I move that the petitions update be noted and those petitions for which a satisfactory response has been received be discharged. Is that seconded? Is that agreed? The next item is appointments by the City Council. Are there any updates in terms of nominations? Is that agreed? Yes, we're fine. We now move on to agenda item number 7, relating to the financial plan. The indicative time for consideration of this item is 260 minutes. Please would members note that a 30-minute break will be taken at approximately 16:30 hours. I call upon the Leader of the Council, Councillor Ian Ward, to move the recommendations.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. As I said earlier, I have declared a pecuniary interest for which I have received a dispensation from the Chair of the Standards Committee. Lord Mayor, the budget before Council today is a bold and ambitious plan to build on what has been, in many respects, a remarkable 12 months for the City of Birmingham. A golden year when we delivered the best ever Commonwealth Games, showing the world that this diverse modern city, rich in youth, talent and creativity, is a force to be reckoned with. And a year when we rewrote many outdated and negative perceptions, brilliantly kick-starting this golden decade of opportunity for our citizens and communities. But Lord Mayor, I must also acknowledge that this has been and continues to be a tough year for far too many families across Birmingham. This budget has been set against the backdrop of a cost of living crisis fuelled by Liz Truss's disastrous 49 days in 10 Downing Street. A crisis that the Tory government seems unable or unwilling to address. Indeed, there is still lots of denial on the Conservative benches here in Birmingham, with the Shadow Cabinet Member for Finance and Resources repeatedly tweeting that he doesn't understand why Liz Truss resigned. Let me help you out, Councillor Jenkins. According to the Independent Resolution Foundation, the Truss budget of 23rd September last year wiped an astonishing £30 billion off the UK economy. That is why she had to go, and it's why, for the sake of families throughout Birmingham, the party that put her into number 10 also has to go. The cost of living crisis is hitting families, neighbourhoods and businesses across Birmingham hard, as people struggle to eat their homes, pay their soaring bills, and worst of all, to feed their children. That's why this Labour Council declared a cost of living emergency in September last year. And it is why we are working hard with a wide range of partners across the city to offer much needed support. Lord Mayor, I'm proud to say that through our Helping Brum campaign, we're working with the local community and a partnership of voluntary and community sector organisations to expand a network of warm spaces available for Birmingham people to use and visit during the winter period and beyond. We're helping people access information, advice and guidance to help them claim the right benefits and money advice. We're providing information and guidance on energy schemes available to residents to reduce energy bills. And we're supporting food banks, food clubs, food pantries, social supermarkets and community cafes that are providing food to Birmingham residents. Lord Mayor, I want to pay tribute to the individuals and organisations helping to feed struggling families across the city. They are quite literally lifesavers and deserve our collective respect and gratitude. We all have organisations in our wards offering warm, welcome spaces and food support, and they represent the very best of Birmingham. That said, the growing demand for their help in a wealthy nation is a mark of shame for the Tory government, many of whom would sooner vilify people using food banks than accept responsibility for this mess. Well, this Labour Council won't turn its back on the people of Birmingham. We know and understand how tough things are, and today's budget outlines how an additional £6 million has been found to support vulnerable adults who face a weekly struggle to make ends meet. This extra help comes at a time when demand for our support and services is inevitably rising, because when the economy falters, people turn to their council for help. And let's not forget, Lord Mayor, that local authorities are not immune from rising costs. Indeed, this council faces an increase of £18 million for our energy bills, while our schools face an increase of £6 million. But even as we face these additional costs, we will deliver on our priorities to build a city which is prosperous, inclusive, safe, healthy and green. We're also determined to create more opportunities for children and young people. Today's budget outlines our strategy to tackle unemployment and low skill levels, health inequalities, the climate emergency, violent crime, homelessness and other social problems. So in addition to the extra £6 million to help with the cost of living, we will build on successful initiatives such as our award-winning mobile household recycling centres that have now cleared almost 3,000 tonnes of waste in our city. We'll redouble our investment in youth work to tackle knife crime. We'll shine a spotlight on the wealth of talent and creativity in neighbourhoods and communities throughout the city, with a £2 million localised budget as part of the post-Commonwealth Games Cultural Festival, showcasing our young and talented population. And if, as I expect, the Neighbourhood Action Coordinator's pilot is shown to have been a success, we will take the scheme city-wide in the future with further investment in our local communities. The Neighbourhood Action Coordinators represent an opportunity for each of us across this chamber to work with our wards and deliver better outcomes for the people we represent. Lord Mayor, Birmingham is always at its best when we listen to our communities, pull together and work in collaboration. So today, I'm announcing an additional investment of £1 million for devolved ward budgets. This will be unrestricted funding that can be spent on the priorities of our communities. We will pilot it in this financial year. So to begin with, it will mean £10,000 per single-member ward and £20,000 per two-member ward. If successful, we will build on this investment, creating a new way of working more closely with our communities. As we saw to great effect last summer, a united Birmingham is a force to be reckoned with. 12 months ago, when I last presented a budget to full council, we were, of course, counting down to the Commonwealth Games. It's fair to say there were still people, some of them in this chamber, who doubted whether Birmingham could deliver a successful Games. That was nothing new, of course. When we were putting our bid together for the Games, there were many who were sceptical. It was in the midst of austerity, and I was told that we couldn't afford the Games, even that we couldn't demolish a flyover. Well, the flyover's gone, and as we saw last summer, Birmingham simply couldn't afford not to host the Games. We seized our opportunity, ignored what was, of course, a short time frame, worked heroically through the pandemic, and if I say so myself, we absolutely smashed it. We sold a record 1.6 million tickets for the Games, and the whole city came alive as we welcomed over 5 million visitors, many from right across the Commonwealth, into the city centre for a Birmingham party that will live long in the memory. And this wasn't just about the 11 days of top-class sport. The benefits for the people of Birmingham include an investment package of almost £1 billion for new homes, better public transport, upgraded infrastructure and world-class public realm. Local or regional suppliers secured Games contracts worth over £300 million. And through our capital projects, we've created or safeguarded almost 900 jobs, provided 105 apprenticeships and upskilled almost 1,700 people. Lord Mayor, nowhere better embodies the true impact and legacy of the Birmingham Commonwealth Games than Perry Bar, where a massive £700 million has been invested in new homes, transport infrastructure, public realm and other facilities. The Council's Perry Bar 24 Master Plan will ensure that we deliver a bright and prosperous future for those who already live and work there, and for those who will call the improved Perry Bar their home in years to come. Shouting about our achievements is a very un-Birmingham thing to do. We tend to be far too self-effacing. But something changed last summer, and I hope you'll all agree that the people, communities and businesses of Birmingham brilliantly rose to the challenge, and together we hosted an unforgettable festival of sport, culture, hospitality and sheer unbridled enjoyment that showcased our city and our young and diverse population. The challenge now is to build on our triumph and ensure that the legacy of the Games is a bolder, better, more successful Birmingham. We must squeeze every last benefit from the Games and use 2022 as a springboard for future success, because we simply cannot rely on the government to deliver on its promises to level up the UK economy. And of course, this continues to be a challenging time for councils up and down the country. Austerity is not over, no matter what the government might say. So we have had to identify savings in the 23-24 budget totalling £48.9 million, with a further £48.2 million to be delivered over the period of the medium-term financial plan. On top of austerity, we have levels of inflation not seen for 40 years, energy prices going through the roof and people in work unable to make ends meet in the 8th biggest economy in the world. So much for the Prime Minister's 5 promises. More hollow words from 10 Downing Street and a government that has run out of ideas. Cast your minds back to the general election in December of 2019, and you'll recall that the then Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, promised to fix adult social care. Well, like many of his promises, he failed to deliver. So once again, the cost of propping up a failing system is left to council taxpayers up and down the country. Like most councils with social care responsibilities, we have no choice other than to take the social care precept alongside the council tax uplift. So council tax will increase by 4.99% for 23-24, made up of a 2.99% general increase and the government's 2% adult social care precept. Lord Mayor, I fully appreciate that at a time when this failing government has saddled Britain with the highest tax burden since the Second World War, that another tax increase is the last thing that people would want. But what realistic option do councils have? To quote the Tory leader of Hampshire County Council, the system of local government finance is broken and has been for a very long time. Not only have we to contend with cuts to government grants since 2010, we've also had to deal with largely unfunded social care pressures. Lord Mayor, through this 23-24 budget and the Council's medium-term financial plan for the next 4 years, we are delivering a balanced budget whilst also meeting the main elements of the Council's mission as set out in the corporate plan published last October: to support, to serve and to level up. Unlike Tory councils in Thurrock, Kent and Hampshire, all under serious threat of bankruptcy, this Labour Council is getting on with the job. We're doing so despite over 10 years of government neglect, which is why the people of Birmingham overwhelmingly backed Labour in last May's council elections. And we will not betray that trust. Sadly, our efforts to support the people and communities of Birmingham to level up for our city are hampered by government incompetence, chaos and sleaze. Lord Mayor, in the last 12 months since I presented last year's budget, we have had 3 Prime Ministers and 3 Home Secretaries, one of whom resigned in disgrace and then shamelessly returned just 6 days later. We've had 3 Secretaries of State for levelling up housing and communities, and a staggering 6 housing ministers. 6 at a time of a national housing crisis. We've had a chaotic year of U-turns, scandals and sackings. The Tories aren't just running out of personnel for the top jobs, they're running out of ideas. And the longer they cling on to power, the worse things will get for people who desperately need more than culture wars and cheap words about levelling up. Lord Mayor, after over a decade of Tory mismanagement and failure, nothing should surprise me. But even by the current government's shoddy standards, the farcical handling of round 2 of the Levelling Up Fund was something of an eye-opener. Not only were all 5 compelling Birmingham bids snubbed, but ministers then revealed that there had been a rule that areas which had been successful in the first round could not receive funding from the second allocation. A rule that was only introduced after bids put together at considerable expense had been submitted. What a waste of money, time and effort for hard-pressed councils across the country. And what a kick in the teeth for the people of Druids Heath, Northfield, Erdington, Edgbaston and Tyseley. Lord Mayor, you cannot level up the UK economy without levelling up Birmingham. And despite the round 2 disappointments, we will continue to make the case for Birmingham to be at the very heart of the levelling up agenda. We'll work in partnership with other public agencies and private sector partners to improve the lives and life chances of people from across the city. And we will pursue additional funding from central government and elsewhere to increase support and opportunity for Birmingham citizens. I must stress, though, that we're not waiting for anyone else to level up Birmingham. We continue to attract huge levels of investment into the city, and major regeneration projects like Smithfield, Ladywood, Perry Bar, Langley, Peddymore, Digbeth and East Birmingham will deliver a green, fair and inclusive city where the benefits from inward investment are shared with all of our communities right across the city. Our £27 million pilot project to retrofit 300 council homes will directly support our bold net zero carbon ambitions while addressing fuel poverty in an affordable and achievable way. And through our ambitious cross-sector plans to deliver 60,000 new jobs and build 10,000 new homes in East Birmingham over the next decade, we will level up for Birmingham with or without the government. We have a plan and we are delivering. In stark contrast, Lord Mayor, the Birmingham Conservatives have produced their usual back-of-the-envelope alternative budget today. It's funny, I know. As you'd expect from a party led by Rishi Sunak, who changed the council funding formula to move money from deprived areas to the wealthy South East, the Tory group want to invest £42 million in renewing the high streets of Tory Erdington, the Tory marginals of Harborne and King's Standing, Tory Sutton Coldfield and Northfield to help the struggling Tory MP. Public money spent not on the basis of need, but instead on Tory election priorities. We also have the usual wish list, presumably pet projects from their dwindling 22 members. Everything from undeliverable promises to freeze council tax for 4 years to £40,000 for an animal welfare team. Well, for that sort of money, it's not really a team. It's one man without a van. And it's all paid for by the magic money tree of commissioning, with the Tories planning to save £54 million at a time of record inflation. This nonsense could have been written by Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng. As for the Liberal Democrats, their big idea is to privatise the bin service. Well, good luck with that. And for a party that moaned and complained every step of the way with the Commonwealth Games, they haven't missed the opportunity to grab hold of the underspend. I wonder, Lord Mayor, can you rebuild a flyover for 10 million quid? But back to the Tories. You wouldn't think that they're the party whose government crashed the UK economy, leaving already struggling families to pick up the bill. The party that has starved public services of funding and resources for over a decade, plunging schools, the railways and the NHS into crisis. And the party that has presided over the biggest fall in living standards since records began. Tory austerity, followed by Tory incompetence and Tory chaos, has had disastrous consequences for families right across Birmingham. You really would struggle to name one thing that has improved under the Tories over the last decade. Well, people have had enough. The Tories, mired as they are in scandal after scandal, are living on borrowed time. The sooner we remove them from office and replace them with a Labour government, the better. A Labour government who will restore Britain's hope and optimism and deliver the change that our country demands. A Labour government that will put 13,000 extra police and community support officers onto our streets. A Labour government that will get us to clean power by 2030 and bring in a nationwide home insulation programme retrofitting 19 million homes. Lord Mayor, people in Birmingham and across the UK need hope now more than ever. And as today's budget clearly illustrates, this Labour Council stands ready to play its part as we put right 13 years of Tory failure. So we will work with an incoming Labour government that will give power to regional and local government instead of hoarding it in Westminster. And we will work with a Labour government that will fix our broken NHS by training a new generation of doctors, nurses and midwives. And we will work with the next Labour government to deliver a decade of national renewal and a fairer, greener future for the people of Birmingham. I move the motions in my name set out in Appendix 1 of today's order paper. Thank you.
Is that seconded? Seconded. Thank you. I have 3 amendments, and I now call upon Councillor Robert Alden to move the first amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And as per my declaration of interest form, my wife works at the Birmingham Museum Trust. I'm a council-appointed trustee at the BMT, and I'm a deputy chairman of the LGA, and I notified the city solicitor in advance of this meeting as well. I'd also like to thank officers for their support in producing our proposals and for their efforts on the council's substantive budget as well. Lord Mayor, I rise to move the Conservative Group amendment. Our vision for helping residents, for sharing economic growth across the whole of the city, our alternative budget for Brummies. But to start with, Lord Mayor, may I thank the Leader of the Council on giving his budget speech today. While we welcome parts of it, we have serious concerns about other aspects of it. such as the cuts to libraries and the passing of costs to residents during a cost of living crisis. We have heard much from Birmingham Labour saying their budget was the first to balance across 4 years. Of course, what they didn't tell you was they meant the first Labour budget to balance across 4 years, as our alternative budgets have always balanced across that 4-year period, unlike the administration's. And when we look at the detail, of course, we can see that Labour's claims the budget is balanced rely upon savings yet to be allocated. So if you were to turn to page 38, section 24.3 of the budget book, it highlights, and to quote, there are several savings that will be allocated to directorates in 2023-24. Those savings, totalling over 21 million a year, have not yet been allocated, will not be allocated until mid-year, and are yet they still assume will deliver full-year savings during the year. On top of those ones, of course, Lord Mayor, there's other ones like recognised later on in the book on page 105, such as CO01123 plus automation. That's not even new saving this year, but it's still listed as it will be allocated to departments in year. And you turn to page 104, 103, the same thing, savings which will be allocated to departments in year. Of course, Lord Mayor, last year we heard the Labour leader tell us how 45 million of reserves would need to be used to balance the books. And now we know from this that they're actually predicting in the end it will be over 93 million of reserves used this current year. But if you turn to page 26, Lord Mayor, you can see how the spending power of Birmingham has changed over the last few years. Birmingham has the 6th highest spending power per dwelling in the country. Since 2016, Birmingham's seen a 34% rise in its spending power in cash terms and a 7% real terms increase over and above inflation, while it's increased by 11% since last year alone. Now, as a group, we'll continue, as we have previously, to push for Birmingham to secure as much funding as possible from the government. But our budget would also ensure that in the meantime, we maximise the impact of the funding the council does have. Now, turning to the cost of living. Every person in every home is in some way or another affected by this crisis. The negative impacts of the rise in the cost of living are enhanced with the pandemic and consequently require a level of response. The words of Birmingham City Council when declaring a cost of living crisis last year. Over the last few years, we've seen a firestorm of the impacts from the pandemic, inflation from unlocking global economies, war in Ukraine, and continued COVID lockdowns in parts of the world, creating global economic troubles. That's the global context that the Council meets to discuss this budget. Within that context, the councillors today need to consider their decisions and the impact that they will have on Birmingham for the years ahead. Here in Birmingham itself, unemployment in Q3 sits at over 8%, compared to a Met average of 4.6% and a national average of 4.2%, placing Birmingham last out of all metropolitan councils, 36 out of 36. 3,000 people, that's 1 in 4 people, are living in relative poverty, while the council says over 35% of children are living in relative poverty. 35% of children in Birmingham, compared to 25% on average in metropolitan councils, 17% on average for all local authorities. This leaves Birmingham 329th out of 333 local authorities nationally and 34th out of 36 metropolitan councils. After 11 years of a Labour council, only 4 other councils in the whole country have higher levels of children living in relative poverty. That is the local context with which we meet today to discuss what budget the council sets for the year ahead. Our amendment would offer Brummies an alternative to Birmingham Labour's decades of council tax rises. Under Labour, Brummies have been used to tax rise under tax rise. Since council tax was introduced, Birmingham Labour have increased it time and again. In 94, it went up 6.7%. In 95, up 12.3%. In 96, up 5.1%. In 97, up 7.7%. In 98, up 5.4%. In 99, Lord Mayor, up 5%. 2000, up 4.4%. 2001, up 4.4%. 2002, up 4.4%. 2003, up 1.5%. 2004, up 2.8%. In 2014, it went up 2%. In 2015, up 4.6%. 2016, up 4.9%. 2017, up 4%. 2018, up 5%. 2019, up 4%. 2020, up 5%. 2021, up 3%. 2022, up 3%. They're proposing in 2023 to put it up 5%. 24, a further 3%. 25, a further 3%. And 26, up another 3%. Regardless of whether there's a Labour government, a Conservative government, good times or bad times, the universal constant in Birmingham is that Labour will put up your council tax. Since being elected on a pledge to not increase council tax in 2012, Birmingham Labour have introduced the garden tax, charges for bulky waste, increased council tax by over 45% so far, and by the end of this four-year plan it will have gone up by over 60%. If you want to know just how uncaring this Birmingham Labour Council really is during this self-declared cost of living crisis, you only have to turn to page 183 of the budget, Lord Mayor. Daycare for adults, charges for refreshment. Increasing the price of toast by 4%, an extra 3% for fruit, 6% for cereal, 8% for sweets. Let them eat cake, only for an extra 6p a slice. They want an extra 5p for a cup of tea, coffee or cold drink, taking the cost to over £1 a cup. No doubt Labour members will tell us they have no choice but to be penny pinching and to place these costs on Brummies. Yet how much do you think all those extra charges on people just trying to eat during a cost of living crisis are actually going to make the council? 5 million? 1 million? £500,000? No. £16,000. That is all it will bring in. That is a rounding error on the council's budget. That equals 0.0004% of the gross spend of Birmingham City Council. That's why our plan would scrap those charges in adult daycare centres. To paraphrase David Cameron, the cost of living is going up and Birmingham Labour are making it worse. Yes. Everyone in Birmingham now knows the cost of living under Labour. But it doesn't have to be that way. Our fully costed amendment would allow the council to freeze council tax this year and next year and for all 4 years of the financial plan. That's Labour's council tax rises of 5% in 23, scrapped. 3% in 24, scrapped. 3% in 25, scrapped. 3% in 26, scrapped. We'll hear lots today, Lord Mayor, of Birmingham Labour councillors telling us that they cannot balance the budget without putting up council tax. But that's because they asked the wrong question. Birmingham Labour ask how much do they have to raise council tax to balance the budget. They should be asking how to balance expenditure to keep council tax frozen. Our alternative plan has been reviewed by council officers, shows how a council tax freeze can be delivered while protecting frontline services. However, Labour councillors can relax, Lord Mayor, because Councillor Ward may have stumbled upon another way to deliver a council tax freeze. Only last week, the leader of the council appeared on Radio WN to be interviewed. And in that interview, he told the audience that the council's gross budget is £3.2 billion. Now, those of you who've read the budget will know on page 28, the council's gross budget is £3.8 billion. Council tax freeze only costs £20 million. The budget being £600 million higher than the leader thought last week when he was on WM, perhaps the leader can in fact squeeze it in after all. But it's not just a freeze in council tax, Lord Mayor, that our amendment would deliver to support the residents of Birmingham. It would also give police specials and families of armed forces a 25% discount to their council tax, trial-free metro travel in Birmingham, free parking at local centres, removing bulky waste and garden tax charges, trial-free travel for parents on public transport, provide help into work, career advice and skills support, provide support for young people via Head Start in Life funding, after-school clubs and increased youth work funding. And at a time when 1 in 4 people live in relative poverty and 1 in 3 children are living in relative poverty, this is not only a plan the council can afford to do, this is the plan the council should do. As well as supporting Brummies, Lord Mayor, now is also the time to invest in Brummies, and that's exactly what our amendment does. Our amendment would deliver sustainable environment, safer neighbourhoods, dynamic places, and a brighter future for residents, all tied together by pride in our city, your home. We'd transform local centres across Birmingham, delivering £100 million for regenerating high streets through the High Street Renewal Fund and Thriving Communities Fund we'd create. We'd encourage the creation of new businesses and empty units by offering 50% rates relief in units outside the city centre. We'd invest £1 million in a shopfront approval scheme to restore civic pride. Our proposals would invest £2.5 million in creating pop-up museums in local centres to drive footfall and expand the reach of cultural offerings in the city. We know from answers at Cabinet, Lord Mayor, that libraries in Birmingham are at risk of closure. The administration have refused to commit to keep all the current library buildings open, so our proposals scrap Labour's library cuts and protect the local libraries. However, many of local libraries, like Erdington Local Library, are also listed buildings. They're an important part of our local heritage of communities. They need to not just be protected, but also improved. That's why we'd invest over £4 million for library repairs, as well as £2 million to extend opening hours of some libraries. From Boldmere to Northfield, King's Standing to Quinton, Shard End to Erdington, Handsworth to Hall Green, local centres across Birmingham would receive investment and support to deliver civic pride and economic regeneration. We'd deliver our plan for sustainable jobs, encouraging more businesses to expand, start or relocate to Birmingham. through the introduction of a business support desk and business liaison officers, a £3 million pot of funding to support business startups, would help people into work, provide funding for careers advice, work with companies to inform school children of what jobs are needed in the years ahead, provide further ESOL lessons and more community-based jobs fairs. And we create a veterans team to help veterans of the armed forces into work. Our proposals would help deliver more jobs and help people in Birmingham have a brighter economic future. Now, councillors across the city will know only too often of shocking crimes that take place in some of the wards. This is why our alternative Bromley budget would also deliver safer communities for residents, would keep local police stations open by co-locating services in them. Our proposals would have restored a concierge service and CCTV services to council estates across the city without charging the residents of the service. Security on site to keep residents safe. Funding for youth work to help, amongst other things, reduce rates of drug use and criminal offending. If you don't believe us that youth work funding does that, just ask Unite the Union. That's what they say. Labour want to axe the youth service budget. We've all been emailed about that. Our budget would invest an extra £4 million in youth funding. It increased funding for CCTV and additional funding to tackle antisocial behaviour. Our plan for a safer Birmingham. Our plans would also deliver a cleaner and greener Birmingham, with cleaner and greener neighbourhoods. Since taking control, Birmingham Labour have seen a collapse in household recycling rates, down 26% in a decade, at a time when the national average has gone up. This places Birmingham bottom, 36 out of 36 Met councils and 320th out of all 333 local authorities. And it's not just on recycling that Labour have failed. Fly tipping incidents per 1,000 people have increased by over 57% since 2012. When we left control in 2012, fly tipping incidents were lower than the Met average. Now, under Labour, they're higher. This is what our proposals would do to increase, to catch fly tippers, would increase funding for CCTV and enforcement. More litter bins, dedicated clean-up crews for each neighbourhood, free bulky waste collections, scrapping the garden tax, and more funding to expand the range of items that can be recycled. Over the last 11 years, Lord Mayor, Birmingham Labour have sold off green spaces greater in size than the Vatican City. While Labour want to sell green spaces, we'd invest in them. With a dedicated improvement fund for green spaces, creation of new pocket parks, protect playing fields and improving play areas. Our plans would invest in green technology to clean the air we breathe, to reduce energy use and tackle climate change. Now, the latest stats for Birmingham, Lord Mayor, show that household overcrowding in Birmingham stands at 44,536, compared to, on average, 8,320 in Met councils and 4,887 across all councils. That places Birmingham bottom of that figure. That's why we need more family homes in the city. That's why our proposals include building more Band D and above homes and spending an extra £24 million to buy up badly run HMOs and exempt accommodation units and convert them back into family housing, delivering for families in the city and delivering for our local communities. Our proposals would also invest in children in care in Birmingham, Lord Mayor, by paying for those for whom it would be suitable to go to boarding school, to give those children in care the best possible start in life. And the Birmingham Mail reported on conditions of some of the children's homes that children in care are sent to only last year. They described what Ofsted inspectors found, and I quote, "Serious and widespread failures meant children were not safeguarded and the care and experiences of children were poor. The home was poorly maintained, dirty and in a poor state. 4 young residents were living in bedrooms with mould on windows, stained carpets, damaged walls and furniture, the inspector reported. Bathrooms were dirty, the dining room was unsuitable for eating in, and the living room was bare. Racist, discriminatory language by kids was not dealt with, and the children were at risk of harm." Labour members will tell us that us on this side are uncaring for wanting to send children in care to boarding schools, yet which is more uncaring? Providing a child with some of the best education and opportunities available, or keeping those same children in a children's home inspectors have described as in a poor state, where children are sleeping in bedrooms with mould on the window frames and ledges, there are stains on the carpets, and there are marks and damage to the walls, where one children's toilet had not even been cleaned for a prolonged period. Unclean toilets, mould in bedrooms, dining spaces unfit to eat, in places where inspectors say children are at risk of harm. That is not acceptable. That is the record of Birmingham Labour. That is the type of support Birmingham Labour would rather place children in care in. You may ask what happened once this damning report was published. The Birmingham Mail covered this as well. They quoted, "The children remained at home with no plans to move them." That is what 11 years of Birmingham Labour have got children in care in this city. Labour would rather vote to send children to homes where they're at risk of harm than sending to a boarding school to give them the best possible start in life. People living in poverty in our city, people unemployed, communities needing investment and support. These are the issues that the council budget could tackle today. And as the debate goes on, Lord Mayor, we'll hear some Labour members attack the government. They will argue that they think what they think the government should do. They will talk about what others should do, not what the council can do. One of the things this council can decide is how much council tax Brummies should pay each year. We think it should be frozen. We've shown that it can be done. If Labour members disagree with us, tell the Chamber. Explain why you want Brummies to pay more council tax. Have the courage of your convictions. This meeting isn't about the UK budget, it's about Birmingham's budget and what we have the power to do. To paraphrase Lord Mayor, today let's not ask what the government can do for Birmingham City Council. Let's decide what Birmingham City Council will do for Brummies. This great city of Birmingham, our city that after 11 years of a Labour Council has, according to the Council, 1 in 13 unemployed, 1 in 5 receiving pension credit, 1 in 5 living in fuel poverty, where 1 in 3 children are living in relative poverty. More than double the national average, 5th highest in the country. A city where 1 in 3 children live in relative poverty, and this Labour Council wants to put up council tax yet again on those families by another 5%, and then more the year after, and more the year after that. This administration asks us to be bold, to be curious, to be together, to be Birmingham. Ask yourself, could you be bold if you were a child who had to walk past people taking drugs in your tower block every day to get home, since Labour scrapped the concierge service in your tower block that kept you safe? Could you be curious when you have damp in your council flat over the desk where you're trying to do your homework, and then you visit the local library and it has water leaking from the ceiling, or it could have been closed due to the decisions taken by Birmingham Labour? Could you be together when going to meet your friends on your local high street involves walking past dumped rubbish, used needles, takes you past empty shops? Ask yourself, is that what Be Birmingham means to you? Labour councillors will do as they do every year, Lord Mayor. They'll tell the Chamber that we're being negative about the city. But is it negative to want to provide additional support to help give the best possible start for all children in the city? Is it negative to want to freeze council tax to help Brummies in a cost of living emergency? Is it negative to invest in local centres, make council estates and our neighbourhoods safer? That's not negative, that's our positive plan to deliver for Brummies in Birmingham. We love Birmingham on this side of the Chamber. Birmingham's an incredible city, but we know Birmingham can be even better, and to say otherwise is to be in denial. So if you're unhappy with how our amendment takes some money away from well-paid consultants, how it saves money by lowering energy use, how we would play hardball with big business to cut procurement costs, with our proposals to work closer with neighbouring councils to lower overheads and back office costs. If you have a problem with doing that, then you're not going to vote for our amendment. And we respect you for that. That is your choice. But our amendment prioritises helping those in the city in need. Our amendment prioritises actually providing residents additional support with the cost of living, not talking about it. So, Lord Mayor, let's be bold and deliver a different plan. Let's be curious and look at how we can scrap council tax rises. Let's be together and back our amendment to help keep tax down, increase security on estates, help people back into work, to give kids the best start in life, to invest in our local centres, a budget not just for the city centre, but for the whole of the city. Vote for our amendment today, and let's be this version of Birmingham.
I now call Councillor Ewan Mackey to second the First Amendment.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I must start by saying I have a dispensation for non-pecuniary interest because I'm on the board of B Music. Lord Mayor, I rise before you today to second the Conservative amendment. The Labour group are clearly followers of Ronald Reagan, as he could have been talking about this council when he said, if it moves, tax it. If it keeps moving, regulate it. And if it stops moving, subsidise it. We only have to look at the lack of consultation around this budget and the little heed to consultation on the Perry-Bar flyover, the Kings Heath LTN and the Clean Air Zone to get Labour's view on listening. The problem with not listening, it is very easy to get into a state of denial of what is going on in the world around it. We hear talk of a golden decade, the best finances that we've had for 30 years. But as soon as it's pointed out that Birmingham City Council is being called the biggest slum landlord in Birmingham through long-term failings, it very quickly retreats into doom and gloom and talk of cuts. And it's worth pointing out that the figure that's often used for the lack of funds that have received since 2012 from the government are no more accurate than Ian's estimation of what points he would have gained if he was Birmingham City's football manager. Much of what the Labour group calls cuts are very much just overspends. The Labour administration's inability to stick to its saving plans, having to take money from other areas to keep the council within a legal balanced budget. History is repeating itself with this budget. 2016, due to overspends, the Labour group decided to cut the library service. So deep were the proposed cuts that Royal Sutton Coldfield Town Council, often belittled by the current council leadership, had to bail out Birmingham City Council. Currently, that figure stands to the tune of £915,000. Yes, prudently run, conservative run, Royal Sutton Coldfield Town Council filling the spending gaps of Labour-run Birmingham City Council. Fast forward to the current day, and Labour are talking about taking another 1.7 million from the library service. At this month's Cabinet meeting, Ian said there would be no cuts, but some libraries would not be in the same location. Now, if that's not a disingenuous play on words, I don't know what is. Relocation costs money, and libraries are a vital service for local communities, especially to the most vulnerable at this very time. Meanwhile, spending on squares and fountains is up. That's £16 million have been spent on squares and £1 million on fountains. It's pretty clear where the priority of this council lies, cutting library services while the beautification of the area around the council house is deemed a major priority. We have tenants living in council properties that have not been properly maintained, mould foaming on the walls, tenants worried about their children's health. But the answer to this by the Labour administration is tell tenants in the middle of winter to open their windows or to dry their clothes outside. Heat retention and inclement weather are of no interest to this council. At least the tenants can travel into Birmingham city centre and look at the beautiful squares and fountains. In comparison, our Conservative budget looks to take control of spending and enable a freeze on council tax across all 4 years of the budget, supporting our residents at a time of need. And it's worth pointing out in 2012, when Labour were looking to take control of the council, they promised to freeze council tax. And I think we've heard from our leader, Councillor Robert Alden, I think he was near 40%, I think he was talking increase since that time in council tax, how hollow that promise was from the Labour group. The Conservative group are looking to improve partnership working for our residents, supporting residents by getting the basics right. If you want a budget that delivers positively for our residents, that delivers lasting improvements year on year, the Conservative budget for you, I second our amendment. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
I call Councillor John Hunt to move the second amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I move the amendment tabled in the name of myself and Councillor Roger Harmer. And this is a difficult budget, set in difficult times for many people. And the question I want to ask is whether the council has actually been ready for it, and is it in a fit position to move forward from where we are? And never more than now does the council need a clear, fresh vision of how it would deliver good services to its residents, how it will learn how to listen to them, how it will respond to their needs and concerns. And that's why we're setting out here a vision for the city which we believe to be shared by many across the chamber. A city where services are delivered locally and problems are resolved locally, and a city that's genuinely fit for the future. A city that sees the crisis of climate change as an opportunity to make itself a better place to live. For many people, if not for most, it's a time of financial hardship. Times are hard for public services,
and times are hard for our residents. And it's not a time to continue to make excuses for bad services or just avoid the issue. It's time for the council to step up and do better, and we believe it can and should do so. And the leader tried to get his retaliation in first in an unusual move this year, but he needs to listen to what I'm going to set out and what the big ideas coming from our group are, because he didn't get close to them. And I hope he can listen and he can learn something from what we're saying. This is my 8th budget presentation as Liberal Democrat leader, and over the years, our group has put forward many proposals. And year by year, yep, they are rejected. But some of them then resurface in the Labour manifesto. So much of what I set out today is not new. Some of it was indeed in the Labour manifesto and now appears to be disappearing over the horizon. First thing I want to do is just take a few minutes to look at the budget that's been tabled by the ruling group to the Chamber today. There is that 4.99% council tax increase, and originally we were warned to expect a deficit of £80 million, which is now reduced to £48 million in savings to be found. It's a substantial sum still, and we must remember this year's finances have only been balanced by a significant draw on reserves to the tune of tens of millions of pounds. We must give credit to those who've worked on this budget that it doesn't actually include the sort of firestorm of cuts that we became used to 10 years ago. But unlike last year, when Labour faced an unexpectedly difficult election and lost seats to the Liberal Democrats across the city, there are no extra pots of money. Well, there weren't until we heard about one just now. But there is the threat of steady erosion of services. And there's been some success here in maintaining the extra budgets that were put in last year for street cleaning and for tackling fly tipping. These fueled, of course, 1,000 Labour leaflets and 1,000 Labour social media photographs. There's been less success in making good use of those budgets in the last year, and I and others, I think, will return to that later. And if you follow the numbers, you'll find an original spending boost of £6.8 million for street cleaning and fly tipping last year has now been reduced to £4.8 million. You'll also see that the promised special allocation of funds for cleaning alleyways has been redirected. It wasn't being very effective, but it was needed. Councillor Mumtaz Hussain only recently identified an alleyway in her ward in Aston where the fly tipping can be seen from space. It is a private shared alleyway. The council doesn't want to know. It's also a serious environmental hazard with gas propane canisters, flammable materials and rats among the piles of detritus. And in the days when that particular road was in my ward prior to 2018, we were able to keep these alleyways clear by using community chest and the very cost-effective deployment of voluntary sector projects such as the Jericho Foundation. And it wasn't only Liberal Democrat wards that did this sort of thing, of course. Wards tried ideas and shared them. We even borrowed some good ideas from Osgood ward, which was Labour-run. And I think Councillor Cotton was there at the time. Within this budget that was presented, there are 2 lines of savings which do raise some very serious concern, and those are the ones about youth services and libraries. Proposed savings of £1 million or more that start not this year but next year. And I did ask the leader about this at Cabinet, and he gave an assurance there's not proposed to be a reduction of facilities, and hopefully he can explain later how that's to be achieved, because I think we all need to keep a close eye on this, and perhaps we could do more to develop these facilities. The opportunities are there, and I shall set out some of the means by which it can be done. And there was some last-minute relief for the council from the government's last-minute settlements. At Cabinet, it heard about £3.5 million extra that had arrived in council coffers for next year's. The executive put this straight into reserves. It may be, as I said, we heard £1 million has been pulled out of that now, because it seemed a missed opportunity to deliver on projects that seem to have been set to one side, such as those average speed cameras promised in the Labour manifesto. So residents are being asked to pay nearly 5% extra in council tax. They need value for money, and they're not getting it at the moment. They see money being wasted on repaving the city centre while our neighbourhoods are neglected and facilities are falling down. So within this budget, the main source of savings is that neat trick to require every directorate to save 3% by holding vacancies for a week or two. And again, I asked the leader previously whether this would make services slow down and become even more sluggish. Roughly speaking, his reply was that nobody would notice. And I agree. Services and responses to the public are already so sluggish nobody will notice if they become even more sluggish. Let's just look at how poorly this council performs. 13 years after it was hit by austerity, there's been little sign of a bounce back of recovery and quality. Every councillor and many residents know we suffer in many, many areas of council activity from a culture of excuses. And the council's own quality measurements show this. The measurement for customer satisfaction stands at red, at just 54% of satisfied customers. The measurement for customer complaints is marked at red. That's 2 complaints for 1,000 residents per month. It is 50 times the level of Manchester or Leeds. And if you included complaints about missed bin collections, that number would double. And according to a recent scrutiny report, there were 2,390 reported by residents missed residual collections and 1,594 reported missed recycling collections in December alone. And what's odd is that just under 10 years ago, the council announced it was on a journey of improvement, and that followed intervention by the government and the Kerslake report, which was published at the end of 2014. So I took a fresh look at that Kerslake report, which will predate many people in this chamber. So I'd encourage you to go and find it, have a look at it, to see what hasn't been done. Because a few years ago, we were told it was all done and the journey of improvement was ended. Finances had been improved, the combined authority created, and we were starting to stabilise senior management in the council. Boundary changes and 4-year elections were imposed on the council. Not that the boundary changes achieved very much positively. And we know, and residents know, that in truth this council still repeatedly fails. It fails to collect the bins, fails to clean the streets, it fails to resolve fly tipping, fails to repair housing, fails to mend the roads, fails its most vulnerable children, and throughout the majority of the city to take the steps within its power to control dangerous driving. Perhaps something got missed out when the council and its advisers declared it had completed the journey of improvement. Let's have another look at Kerslake. Paragraph 33. The council needs to focus effort and capacity in getting basic services operating efficiently and effectively. Paragraph 15b. There should be a programme of culture change that is owned both by members and officers. There may have been a programme, but it hasn't yet been successful. And in fact, that sense of humility, that desire to improve, appears to have been sidelined by the hubris surrounding last year's successful delivery of the Commonwealth Games. And just take an example. I looked at the advert for the post we're about to fill for the Strategic Director of City Operations. And the role of this person is to oversee waste collection and street cleaning. They're also going to be given sport events, leisure, film and tourism, according to the advert. And I think they get parks too, but that's not mentioned. And what sense do the applicants get of the challenges they face and the history of the problems with those services? Well, according to the advert, they have to meet the city's ambitious growth agenda. It carries on building stronger public engagement and driving greater responsibility for civic pride among our communities. We aspire to deliver consistently high-quality services for our citizens and instill confidence in the reliability and responsiveness of our services. This role is all about strategic leadership having a real influence on high-profile frontline services. Well, that last bit is true. You'd think from that the job was mainly about making good services a little bit better. Maybe that it's just residents and opposition and councillors moaning all the time about stuff going on in the city. And apparently it's the communities that lack civic pride, not huge parts of this dysfunctional city council. And forget high-quality services, we could also aspire just to deliver merely decent quality services and not have rubbish piling up in alleyways. And currently it would still just be an aspiration because too many services are not even decent. Now, something else got forgotten from Kerslake. Something more. The district committees. Some of us will remember them, some won't. And they were abolished fairly rapidly following Kerslake, but actually, he didn't actually say get rid of them. He said they should be refocused on shaping and leading their local area through influence, representation and independent challenge and scrutiny of all public services located in the city, within the district, including those run by the council. A modest discretionary budget should be made available to provide a top-up to services to reflect local needs. He set out a model of city governance with a combined authority, which, don't forget, wasn't there at the time at the top, ward forums, replacing the former ward committees at the bottom, if you like, the ward forums we have, and of district committees sitting above the ward forums, he said, shaping and leading their local area through influence, representation, and independent challenge and scrutiny of all public services located in the city, within the district, including those run by the council. A modest discretionary budget should be made available. Now, those boundary changes could have made this hard, but not impossible. We talk about area committees in our proposals. We believe it can be done. And we might not have agreed with all of Kersleke's recommendations, but stripping this one line out of city government was a mistake, and we're paying the price. Unaccountable services, misleading performance statistics, ill-considered projects, and growing public dissatisfaction. Even as the council has stabilised its finances and senior management, the public are not happy. And as I said, it's not the first time we've set out how this could be done, and there have been promises and hints and piecemeal pieces of work in this direction, and we heard more of that earlier, £1 million now for a little bit of community chest. But the situation is now urgent. With a new round of austerity tightening its noose on the council, it must find another way, and it's far from achievable. There are budgets that can be devolved to new area committees. There are staff being recruited in the council as we speak to do public engagement. They should be working in all our neighbourhoods, listening to the public in the places where they live. And indeed, looking back to an earlier Labour administration, when I started on the council's senior officers, and most senior officers had been assigned to ward committees and district committees. They were expected to attend and find out firsthand what was bothering the people of this city. And that's a thought. And the big opportunity, that budget allocation of well over £4 million to improve street cleaning and tackle fly tipping, including, of course, the award-winning mobile household recycling centres. Well, the budget's there, but it's one size fits all, and it doesn't do what it says on the can. The mobile household recycling vehicles recycle less than 5% of what they collect, and their pickup by ward varies massively. In my ward, it's been quite large because they closed the Perry Bar tip, and also because we have good communications. But because I've been here for almost 20 years, I've seen better initiatives. I mentioned the Jericho Foundation work cleaning up back alleys, funded by Community Chest, the employment of environmental wardens who worked the patch and made sure the problems were solved. They didn't stick their referrals into a filing cabinet. And street special collections up and down the street so everyone could put out their stuff. They were routine, and it was possible to organise voluntary assistance for the elderly and the disabled to put their stuff out the night before. And the district committees themselves had a menu of environmental projects they could choose from. They made their own choices, and that was under a Labour administration. We trialled all this in the city, district committees, ward committees, community chest. Areas tried things out, and other areas borrowed good ideas if they worked, and that was regardless of political colour. And it was all abandoned. Good practice with bad practice. The City Council withdrew into its bunkers, and services started a steep slide into neglect and excuses. What other opportunities? Well, yes, there are the special funds, the Clean Air Zone, the Commonwealth Games underspend, the Legacy Fund. And we saw promises last year that funds from the Clean Air Zone would be allocated by ward. Was it for school road safety or for clean air activity? It seemed to drift. But there's meant to be 40,000 in clean air money per ward, but we're all waiting to hear more about this. And if anything extra went into school road safety, it ended up in a single city pot being applied by one mechanism only, which works in some areas and not in others. So for a start, we propose assigning £10 million of the Commonwealth Games money to area committees for legacy projects. That happened in the days of Community Chest when there was capital funding. Local areas could choose how to spend it, whether on libraries or community centres or on parks. And they can all be branded as Commonwealth legacy projects. Yes, we can have some pride in the legacy of the Games. And we can ensure the whole city enjoys the benefits of last year's success. If you look at the report that came to Cabinet a couple of weeks ago about legacy funding, it's tucked away deep in an appendix to see what was there, but there's £45 million, of which 30 million had been earmarked, and of which 20 million was earmarked for future big events. Just a £2 million programme the leader mentioned, which doesn't look as though that's been devolved toward forums. So the worry is we end up with yet another bizarre bidding process rather than the rational investment in youth sports, arts, community safety and leisure activities that it was possible to undertake previously. True leadership of this city would galvanise the whole city behind this legacy programme. With the resources available, there should be anticipation in every community that something good will happen, that those great games have delivered a true step change in how we are as a city. And there is good work going on in many areas. There are committed staff, but it's all piecemeal. Neighbourhoods end up being played off against neighbourhoods. Just a handful of wards getting anti-fly tipping cameras and with little transparency in the choices that are made. And that game's legacy should indeed be one ambition of which the city is proud. And we should also be able to be proud of our response to climate change. We were among the first councils to declare a climate emergency, and we face many challenges in our city linked to climate change. Clean air, congested roads, masses of paving and concrete. But we also have opportunities and a legacy of green investment in our city. Some great green spaces, parks, green verges, roadside trees, even private gardens. And Councillor Harmer is going to talk some more about the opportunities offered by renewable energy. We've been modest in our proposals, but we actually think they could generate a great deal more income than we've tabled. I want to mention our proposals for a biodiversity fund, £1 million, which will be an offer to the area committees. Encourage them to build green into the local facilities and local communities. It would encourage them to exercise leadership in their communities. And sometimes we know how difficult it is to tell people that we do need roadside trees for shade in the summer, for air purification, for capture of rainwater in the deluge. True leadership and strong local leadership is crucial in these times. And Lord Mayor, we on this side may have a different vision of our city from the leadership of the council. We will find out later. But it's my experience that councillors of all parties want the neighbourhoods they represent to be good places to live. We hate fly tipping, we hate litter-strewn streets, we hate grubby, muddy grass verges, we hate dangerous driving. We want waste collections to work well, and we want our communities to be green, clean and safe. And in the face of council apathy, many of us have found other means to enhance our neighbourhoods. Quite a few councillors spend regular time with volunteer litter picking groups, and too often these groups are picking up the litter uncollected on the streets or dispersed from black bags deposited from flats in shopping centres without proper disposal facilities. And this is a budget meeting, but money is not the answer to everything. Money has to be used well and wisely. And it's the Labour Party itself that stated just a few weeks ago, local and devolved decision makers are already substantially more trusted than central government to make decisions in the best interests of their area. Their statement went on, there is also clear evidence that people want more of a say on the issues that affect their lives, meaning we need double devolution, pushing power as close as possible to people and communities. And of all the councils and local authorities that meet this month and next month to set their budgets, none will have a budget as large as Birmingham's. We are the biggest. And in so many ways, power in this city is so far from people and communities. And the budget and business plan on this agenda failed to set out any proposals to close this gap, to bring the council closer to the people. And yet, Lord Mayor, we can do it. This Liberal Democrat amendment, if agreed by this council, will bring the council closer to the people and enable our communities to use public resources better to solve the deep-seated problems that we face. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Roger Harmer to second the second amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And I note that I have dispensation to speak in relationship to my wife's role as a primary school teacher in a Birmingham City Council run school. So I second the amendment in my name and that of Councillor John Hunt. In doing so, I fully endorse the comments made by Councillor Hunt, and indeed many across this chamber, about the change of culture needed to tackle the sky-high rates of complaints we see about core council services, such as housing repairs and waste services, and the failure to use resident feedback to improve those services. Unless we do this, far too much of the money we are budgeting for today will continue to be wasted. I want to focus my remaining time on two specific elements of our amendment, which are important in themselves, but are also good examples of our approach
to two key issues for this council: localisation and the route to zero. The first proposal, a modest one, is to provide 50,000 of funding to the Community Safety Partnership for the use of CCTV in antisocial behaviour problem areas. Now, while the Community Safety Partnership is a partnership between the police and the council, the funding for the ASB cameras it uses currently comes entirely from a grant by the Police and Crime Commissioner. In the current financial year, that amounted to just over £19,000. And that's not just for the cameras themselves, that also has to cover the cost of moving them at around £500 a time. Now, CCTV cameras are only going to be the answer in some cases, but to be spending just £19,000 a year across the whole of Birmingham seems a little optimistic, to put it kindly. Our proposal would allow more cameras to be brought and more moves of cameras we have. The need for this has been recently brought home to me when faced with regular vandalism of work being carried out to renew and expand a play area in Foxhollis Park in my ward. The option of cameras to monitor the site proved impossible to achieve. So instead, the contractor had to hire security guards round the clock to protect it. A huge waste of the project's limited resources. The link to the localisation agenda comes with the employment of ward-based ASB officers, with one having recently started in my ward along with one in North Edgbaston, and more to come. These officers provide the resource to do the necessary consultation before the cameras can be installed. Our measure makes sure there are enough cameras to enable them to utilise CCTV if this is the option that they and the local community think is best for a particular issue. And there's another reason to invest in new cameras at the moment, which is that with the new solar technology, enables the cameras to be installed anywhere, not just by a power source, such as a street light. And this takes me on to the second point I'd like to highlight from our amendment. This is an extra £5 million to invest in solar PV, mainly for roofs, but also to develop canopies on car parks. Solar PV represents not just one strand in the route to zero, but happily a major business opportunity too. The cost of solar PV has tumbled in recent years, and even for small-scale domestic roof installations is now well below 10p a unit, which compares with the government's subsidised price of electricity of 34p a unit, shortly to increase. For larger scale installations, the cost is even lower, sometimes as low as 5p a unit. We have been cautious in our proposals, assuming only a domestic rate of return, which allows for significant extra installation costs for car park canopies. Even allowing for such costs, the investment will give a healthy return to the council that will provide funding for future years' priorities. And it will also insulate us against any future energy price spike. Such work would hardly be innovative. Portsmouth Council, Lib Dem controlled, has a portfolio of 390 rooftop sites, generating 6.65 megawatts, and in the past 3 years has added 1.1 megawatt hours of battery storage to maximise the benefit of the electricity these roofs produce. There are similar examples from Bedford, Tewkesbury and other councils around the country. Others are ahead of us, so now is the time to get on with this work at scale, and our budget provides the resources to allow this to be done. Lord Mayor, it is time to think big on the route to zero and think local on the delivery of services. I second our amendment.
Councillor Julian Pritchard to move the third amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to propose the Green Party budget amendment. With our amendment, Lord Mayor, we have tried to show that there is an alternative, a bolder, braver budget than that we have seen from the Labour administration, that protects vital services, tackles the climate emergency and delivers on residents' local priorities, and that this is possible to do. As we don't have the resources, Lord Mayor, available to this administration, when developing our budget proposals, we haven't been able to maybe change everything that we would have liked. So in proposing this, we are not saying that there isn't anything else we disagree with, or that there isn't anything else we would like to change. But we have tried to address at least some of what we feel is missing from Labour's budget, and suggest a few things that could be done differently. And we believe the amendments we're proposing show how the budget could be bolder, braver, and not leave residents feeling like they're getting less but paying more. I acknowledge, Lord Mayor, that our proposals will mean redirecting some funds that will be being paid back into the financial resilience reserve and actually using this to deliver services. But please note, Lord Mayor, we're not taking any more out of reserves, but proposing to pay them back at a slightly slower pace. Under our proposals, the financial resilience reserve would still increase from its current year-end forecast of 52 million to over 60 million by the end of year 1 and to around 85 million by the end of year 4. So looking at the Cabinet approvals around the CAS surplus, there looks to be, according to my calculations, around 13 million unallocated over the course of the medium-term financial plan on the Council's most conservative income forecasts. So we're also proposing using that part of the CAS surplus for some of our proposals where appropriate. Reading through the administration's budget, Lord Mayor, was a frustrating experience to say the least. For a start, it was hard to work out what many of the changes are. It was incredibly opaque and vague. One line in the changes budget, Lord Mayor, literally says an increase in expenditure for commissioning. No explanation about what that was, what it was going to be used for, and any details about that. And as if we as councillors can't work out what's going on in the budget and it's finding it smoke and mirrors, then what chance do the public have to be able to meaningfully engage with how their money is spent? I wrote to the finance team to ask for clarification about many of these budget changes, but the responses I got didn't really clarify a lot. In particular, responses to my questions around transformation and expenditure reductions in careers, youth and library services. They basically said more detail will be subject to future Cabinet reports. To scrutinise and approve a budget, we need to know what we're approving. But with this budget, that wasn't possible. This isn't the fault of the hard-working council officers in the finance team. This Labour administration needs to show leadership in producing a budget that is clear about what the changes to expenditure mean and what the consequences are. The proposed cuts to expenditures to libraries, youth and careers are possibly some of the most outrageous proposals in this budget. Only a few weeks ago, we were debating a motion on antisocial behaviour. During that debate, I made the point, Lord Mayor, that we need to look upstream, such as investing more in our youth services. I know from the youth centre in my ward, which is one of the few remaining youth centres in the city, how vital youth services are. Likewise, funding for careers. And yet, what do we find in Labour's budget? One of the few things we can work out what's going on with it, cuts to the youth service and cuts to the career service. Funding for community libraries was slashed a decade ago, just as the city was opening a new shiny library in the city centre. Now the council is making the same mistake again with further cuts but little detail. Libraries are not only vital for being repositories of books, Lord Mayor, but as community hubs, places where the digitally excluded can get online, where people can get involved in community activities, and during the cost of living crisis, where people can get warm. Now the administration may say that they will not be cutting any service provision and that these expenditure cuts will be achieved through efficiencies. But the budget, being as vague and opaque as it is, doesn't offer that reassurance, Lord Mayor. And if that is the case, that it will be done through efficiencies, why not reinvest those efficiency savings into those services to further improve and enhance them? For example, opening the libraries for a bit longer. So, Lord Mayor, to address this, we're proposing to reverse next year's and the following year's outrageous cuts to career, youth and library services by diverting some of the money that would have been put away into financial resilience reserve. And keep those services with the resources they do desperately need to do their vital work. And it's not just cuts to services, Lord Mayor, that is disappointing in this budget. This budget doesn't offer the step change in response to the climate emergency that we need. The Council keeps agreeing that the climate crisis needs an emergency response. And yet there is no further increase in funding for the climate emergency beyond what's already been decided. So, in our amendment, we're guaranteeing funding for the climate team for the length of the financial plan. The Council Cabinet has already, in fairness, agreed 2 million at January's Cabinet meeting. We're proposing an additional 6 million. 4 million a year over 4 years, which will, again, come from the FFR, while the other additional 2 million spread over the final 2 years would come from the CAS surplus. This increases the amount being spent on net zero over the medium-term financial plan by a factor of 4, Lord Mayor. We're also showing how tackling the climate emergency could save the council money by proposing additional investment in solar panels, energy efficiency on council buildings, as well, which also will help reduce the council's carbon footprint. While this budget does include funding for neighbourhood action coordinators, which is welcome, and we've had now today's announcement about some money for councillors in wards, there is very little else focusing on the priorities that many residents have in local areas. In October, this council passed our amendment, which called on it to look at creating ward parks budgets for councillors, yet we see no evidence of this in this budget. We know how important our parks are to our residents, for exercise, for mental health, and for having green spaces on their doorstep. So we're also proposing creating a local parks budget, where over 2 million extra spent on parks across the city, to be decided by local councillors and their local communities, Lord Mayor. Many of our communities struggle with problem parking in their streets, but there is too little enforcement, particularly outside the city centre. So our budget funds more highways enforcement officers to tackle problem parking across the city. Road safety is a massive issue, Lord Mayor, but when residents and councillors raise it and ask for action, the council always say, your road isn't dangerous enough because there isn't the budget. So we're helping to remedy that with increased funding for road safety in the final 2 years of the medium-term financial plan, funded by the remaining surplus from the CAS. Fly tipping, as we've already heard in this debate, is a massive issue for so many of our residents. And while the mobile household recycling centres are popular, not everyone can access them. If you're at work when they're there, and they're not much help. And if you don't have a car, they're difficult to use unless they happen to turn up right outside your door. So to help tackle fly tipping, Lord Mayor, we're proposing investing in returning free bulky waste collection. If the funding doesn't quite work out to be enough, then it will be prioritised at those on the lowest incomes. We're also proposing investment in the pilot food waste collections. And crucially, Lord Mayor, this would include looking at how to make this work with returning a free garden waste collection. This is possible, Lord Mayor, if collected together and dealt with using a technology called in-vessel composting. Taking this approach not only helps the city move to a more sustainable waste system, but also gives something back to our residents by helping them return the free garden waste service. The Council's cost of living response has been welcomed, Lord Mayor, in fairness. However, at the same time that it's been supporting people, it's now proposing to put up rents for its own tenants. I read that local Labour leaders from across the country are campaigning against rent rises. Labour councillors may want to start by looking at their own role as a social landlord, putting them up by the maximum allowed. Putting them up does feel like a kick in the teeth for tenants, considering the cost of living crisis and the state of Birmingham City Council properties, as we debated at the last council meeting. The council will say that they need the income to provide improvements. But with improvements in housing, it's always a case of jam tomorrow. And if those improvements do happen, not every tenant will benefit, but every tenant will have to pay for that increase in rent. I also note there doesn't appear to be any work done on making the council tax support scheme more generous for those on the lowest incomes. Despite the council passing our amendment in October, the October debate on the cost of living crisis, which asked the executive to look at this. And yet, there's no proposal for that, even in the future years, Lord Mayor, where it would be possible. I understand, Lord Mayor, it isn't possible this year because of the length of time for consultation. We also note the council is proposing to restart the use of bailiffs to collect council tax debt. Our concern over this, Lord Mayor, is it's aggressively chasing people who are already struggling during a cost of living crisis of what are small amounts in relative terms. There is also the risk, Lord Mayor, of these debts actually being wrong. Cases both me and Councillor Grant, and I'm sure many other councillors across the chamber, have had, where bailiffs have been chasing people who didn't actually owe anything, or they didn't owe as much as the council thought. So we're asking the council to look again at this, and including looking at best practice from elsewhere, to ensure that this council is recovering any actual debts in the most effective and supportive way possible during the cost of living crisis. So in summary, Lord Mayor, our costed alternative budget proposals put more money into vital services and tackling the climate emergency, as well as stopping cuts to some of our most important local services. We're being bolder and braver by putting 4 times as much investment into the climate emergency, protecting funding for our career services, youth services and libraries, increasing funding for our parks and open spaces, tackling poor parking across the city, investing in a more sustainable waste system, increasing funding for road safety, helping tackle fly tipping by returning free bulky waste collections, and putting more support in for helping residents with the cost of living crisis, with an extra £6 additional million on top of what Labour has already proposed. Our alternative budget, Lord Mayor, shows there is another way. This council could, if it chooses, be bolder, be braver, and put more funding into residents' priorities, protect funding for vital youth, career and library services, and tackle the climate and cost of living emergencies. So I ask councillors to please vote for our amendment to be bolder and braver for the residents of this city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Rob Grant to second the third amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to second our Green Party amendment, budget amendment. The budget is not only intended to ensure the city thrives financially, but also has a purpose to be aspirational and motivational, so that all services feel confident they are supported at the ground level. Residents will need to know how the budget changes impact their communities and affect their daily lives, not just in terms of investment and cuts, but how they can understand how these changes improve the quality of their life. I'll discuss some specific areas that are directly relevant to residents. As a city that wishes to be bold, I'm concerned that we're not doing enough to help our younger citizens grow and develop. They are our future after all. As a college lecturer, I have directly witnessed the impact that COVID has had on our young people during lockdown and currently, and how their outlook on their future appears muddy. Overall morale is low, and there's a significant increase in mental health issues and motivation. The careers, youth and library services are absolutely vital within our communities to bring together, inspire and direct our young into a fulfilling future, which clearly has a long-term impact on their contribution as a citizen of Birmingham and a member of their community. If they are not supported, then issues can develop early amongst our young and cascade into adulthood and become an embedded way of life. Libraries are essential hubs for the elderly too, many of whom do not have access to the internet, and as most services are now accessed online, access to libraries is the only option they have, especially for council tenants who need to contact the council, as many are extremely frustrated by getting through with the phone service. Any consideration to limit financial support to careers, youth and library services would be deemed irresponsible and detrimental to the prosperity of the city in the coming years. And just to point out, we'd be limiting our celebration of this if this is our only measure. So, Lord Mayor, I repeat, we are proposing to reverse next year's cut to career, youth and library services. Waste and recycling. As it can be seen in the media and the experience of councillors, fly tipping is a constant issue across the city. It is clearly an issue that requires a refreshed approach in understanding why this takes place. Although mobile household recycling centres have been useful so far as a solution, however, as Councillor Pritchard has pointed out, the accessibility of this service does not suit all. Bulky waste collection from the doorstep is the only option that many residents have for disposing of large quantities of waste. These residents may not have a car or have mobility issues or on low incomes. Therefore, we're proposing to invest in returning free bulky waste collections and believe this will significantly reduce local dumping and cost to the council for the constant clearing of this. Our budget outlines an alternative approach and provides a way which funding focus on resident priorities, protecting youth and career library services, and also tackling fly tipping. I'd like to mention parks as well. Our parks are, for many residents, the only access they have to green spaces and to open expanse. And this is very important for their mental and physical health and community activities that bring residents together. Investment in these spaces is essential to maintain their usefulness and safety. This is why we are also proposing creating a local parks budget, over £2 million to be spent on parks across the city, to be decided by councillors and their local community. Just to conclude, the way the budget is presented with regards to accessibility makes it difficult to establish what we are approving and our ability to scrutinise this moving forward. In future years, it would be useful if the budget was made more accessible to clearly outline what the proposals mean. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
We will now move on to the debate, and if you wish to speak, please press your microphone button once and be patient whilst the operator switches the microphone on. Each speaker will have 5 minutes. I now call Councillor Alex Yip.
He's just at... Oh, there we go.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Apologies, I thought that we normally traditionally break before we go into speeches from other councillors. But yes, the budget process setting, Lord Mayor, is a very long and arduous one. And I'd like to firstly express on behalf of our group the undoubted hundreds of hours spent by many officers in pulling this plan together. Residents entrust council and its elected members to spend the taxes that they have no choice but to pay and to be collected. And it is our responsibility to make sure this is done as effectively as possible. Lord Mayor, as with any budget setting, although we are dealing with the largest authority in Europe, it is essentially boils down to 3 things: what comes in, what goes out, and what we're doing with what we have. Within this, it all comes down to a choice and the consequences of those choices from previous years. How has council generated income from what it has? How it's been spending what it's been given with efficiently and effectively? And what we are doing with the assets that we have. Leadership, Lord Mayor, is about choices, and at the heart of this is a choice about whether to put council taxes up or not. In the middle of a cost of living crisis and a declared cost of living emergency, caused largely by inflation and the horrific war of unwarranted and unprovoked aggression into Ukraine, which accounts for 10% of the world's wheat market, 50% of the corn market, and half of global sunflower production, and the legacy of COVID, which is still disrupting our world markets, it's disappointing, Lord Mayor, that this Labour administration has chosen to yet again put up council tax for some of our 2.8 million residents by the largest possible amount, under the rules without a referendum. That's 2.99, Lord Mayor. Not 1%, not 2%, but the very most. Just a hairline above, and they'll be obliged to go to residents to ask for permission, something which they have cynically chosen not to do. Lord Mayor, it is their decision and their choice, in sharp comparison to our alternative choice, that we on this side of the chamber have committed to. In our alternative budget, to help residents, to listen to the financial pressures that people are having to deal with due to no fault of their own, and to offer a helping hand by freezing council taxes for the next 4 years. This will save residents real money and further acknowledge that council need to spend what they have more efficiently and more effectively. The leader, in his remarks, stated that he won't turn his back on residents, but this is exactly what they are choosing to do by choosing to increase council tax yet again by the 12th time in a row by the maximum. To be clear, Lord Mayor, this means that when Labour took control of the council in 2012 on a promise not to increase council tax, they have instead put it up by 46%, 28, and there are plans to increase it by a further 15% over the next 4 years. This is an increase of £666 since they took control. No doubt the Labour group will blame everyone but themselves on this. They'll blame austerity, the government, anyone but themselves. But true leadership is about doing what you can with the choices available to you. They have conveniently ignored how they've seen fly tipping rockets in our city, over 57% since 2012. Recycling rates has collapsed. We're repaving the front of this building yet again. We have CAS taxing residents, and then again at a huge administrative cost writing off these fines. And then just today, in questions that we've submitted today, we see in written answer C2 a breakdown of interim posts within the SEND service, 171 agency staff costing an average of £1 million a month. The leader in his speech oddly focused on the national picture, on the Conservative government, saying precious little about the budget before us today. He celebrated the Commonwealth Games, but forgot to mention that the government contributed £778 million towards that. Perhaps he could say a few words of gratitude. As the largest authority in Europe, Lord Mayor, we have opportunities before us that we are failing residents with. If we were lucky enough to win the lottery, I'm sure that the vast majority of us would look forward to thinking about what we would do with this to invest and to save for future generations and for our children. But what we see with this Labour administration is that year on year we are selling off the assets of this council. In 2012, Lord Mayor, we owned the NEC Group, which we sold off at £307 million. Only 3 years later, it was resold again for £800 million. Lord Mayor, this is the legacy of this Labour Council. It is our budget that does not increase the council tax, that seeks to expend what we have entrusted with us prudently and efficiently. Lord Mayor, there is only one budget that helps residents by keeping council tax low and by protecting and preserving the future. That is our group and our amendment. Lord Mayor, thank you.
Councillor Bridget Jones.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is the first year that we've had the amendments sent out in good time before the meeting. Turns out we needn't have bothered. The Conservative amendment is just a rehash of last year and the year before that and the year before that. I'm going to stop in case I end up sounding like Bobby's speech. It's a wonderful list of things we'd mostly quite like to have, but tucked away at the end, where I hope no one's going to bother listening, is a pile of unachievable balancing figures to pay for it. And hidden within those balancing figures are real service cuts. The most outrageous example of those is the figure of cuts to commissioning. At a time of record inflation, half of which their government caused themselves, they plan to cut up to £54 million a year. Commissioning, Lord Mayor, is not an abstract concept. It's not this thing that we do for fun. What we commission is services, real services that the people of Birmingham use every day and depend upon. We're talking about services like the active wellbeing provision, like the domestic abuse hub, like independent money and sexual health. Cuts to commissioning are cuts to real services that real people use and depend upon. And what the Conservatives won't do in their amendment here is tell you which of those services they're planning on slashing £54 million worth out of in order to pay for their fantasy wish list. Instead, they talk about decisions taken before some of our members were actually born, Lord Mayor. Some of our members were not born during some of the tax rises that the Conservatives have spoken about today, whilst glossing over their role in 13 years of austerity. What we're presenting here, Lord Mayor, is something a bit smarter than the Conservative slash and burn tactics. It's a budget based on transformation. Parts of our council have changed beyond all recognition from what we inherited from the Tories. Adult services being a fantastic example. Dedicated work from our officers, from our social workers, from community workers has shifted our practice away from providing expensive, poor quality, outdated services that we inherited to better understanding the lives of the real people who use them, the services that they want, and working to make things better while saving money. And that's the kind of change that we want to see for all of our council services. What Labour's putting forward today, Lord Mayor, is a comprehensive programme of change across our council with projects to bring down temporary accommodation numbers, to reconfigure our customer services, and shifting our focus fundamentally upstream, away from crisis and towards early intervention and prevention of need of our services. It's a completely fundamental shift in the way that we do things, and it requires an end to silo working and better thinking across the council. It's tried and tested. They're not fancy numbers. Other councils have done this, and they have shown transformative results for the people that depend on us whilst saving money at the same time. We're looking at the back office too, of course, with projects looking to move to new ways of working for our staff, better manage our estate, automate simple processes, as well as upping our game on traded services to free up capacity for what truly matters. And what truly matters, Lord Mayor? The Labour Party believes that through the strength of our common endeavour, we achieve more together than we do alone, and that as a society, we are judged by how we protect and how we treat those most vulnerable. And this budget is based not only on protecting those services that our residents rely on most, but transforming them, working better with our residents and with our partners to create not just a council, but a city that works for them in a way fit for the 21st century. For we have two jobs here, Lord Mayor, two jobs. We're here not just to run a council, but we are here to lead a city. We've invested in the things that will help us better capitalise on the unprecedented partnership working of the last few years that led up to those games last summer. The strategic partnerships function that the Conservatives would slash and burn exists to do just that. Our universities, our businesses, our bids, our hospitals, our third sector, our schools, they all make Birmingham the incredible place that we know and love. We're the city that delivered the unbelievable Commonwealth Games in half the normal time, with half of that being a pandemic, on time and under budget. Who does that, Lord Mayor? Birmingham does that. We're the city that could do incredible things together. This budget is based on doing more of those credible things and making the future of our wonderful city that bit brighter. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Deirdre Auden.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Here's a budget, an opposition budget amendment, which would fit on the back of a fag packet. It's 1 page long and it's got not much detail. It was put forward by Labour in 2011 and the name on it is Councillor Ian Ward. Here's another one from 2012, back of a fag packet, 1 page, no detail, and the name on it is Councillor Ian Ward. Our motion, by contrast, has 28 pages and was very detailed. Some of them in the past have been longer, but Councillor Ian Ward at CBN complained they took him too long to read. So the insult that ours was on the back of a fag packet is completely unfounded, was done for the cameras, and I hope he will be gentlemanly enough to apologise for it. Scroll through Twitter and you will find a number of tweets from Birmingham Labour councillors on the lines of this one from Councillor Jane Francis, where she said, "Families are struggling with a hand-to-mouth existence. We so need Labour in power." Well, I have news for Councillor Francis. In Birmingham, Labour are in power. Indeed, she is one of the cabinet members who votes on all the expenditure. But does Birmingham Labour use that opportunity to help struggling people? No. They use their power to increase council tax by 4.9% and put up council house rents by 7%. That's not helping struggling people, it's a slap in the face. And it's hypocritical from people who say publicly that Brummies are struggling. Of course, Labour will argue they don't have enough money to help. They have no choice. But Birmingham has a budget of 3.8 billion, and some savings could be made to pass on to struggling council taxpayers in the form of a freeze this year. In 4 minutes, I can't cover many, but here's two. Firstly, if I can't afford to feed myself, I wouldn't spend money redesigning my kitchen. But in effect, that's what Labour are doing, taking this moment when our residents need all the help they can get to spend money redesigning the Lifford Lane tip. The work is scheduled to take more than 2.5 years, and what will it cost? Almost certainly upwards of 10 million. Couldn't the council have delayed that work so there was more money left in the pot to help our hard-pressed council taxpayers? Especially when the reason for this redesign is to stop the long queues at the tip. The booking system stopped them. There are no long queues now. The work at Lifford could be delayed when times are hard. And there's money being spent on hiring a professor to tell us how to make the council meetings more relevant. Navel-gazing if ever I saw it. Labour may say it's not much money, but it is to a lot of people. And if you look after the pennies, this council review is simply taking evidence from councillors, our ideas about how to make the council meetings more relevant. Is Labour really saying they have no one on their benches capable of leading this simple review themselves, so they have to pay an outside person? And working out why these meetings are not very relevant isn't rocket science anyway. It's because we don't make any monetary decisions anymore. All the monetary decisions are made by the 10 people who vote through hugely expensive projects at Cabinet, except on one day of the year, today. At the budget meeting, we all have a say on the finances, on whether council tax goes up or not. So this is the opportunity for us all to decide whether it's right to spend money on redesigns which could wait, navel-gazing projects, fountains, paving, expensive training sessions and other non-essential items at a time when the taxpayers who have to fund them are, as Councillor Francis says, struggling. Or whether it's better to freeze the council tax and rents this year to help those people. I know which I choose. Councillor Ward said he wouldn't turn his back on struggling people. But with this budget, that's exactly what he did. Labour is putting up their taxes when they can't afford it. We need to stop that, and we need to stop tweeting about these things and start voting for them, and vote for a council tax freeze. I support the Conservative amendment.
Councillor Paul Tilsley.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As a member of the Resources Overview and Scrutiny Committee, I take particular interest in how expenditure is going in the city on a monthly basis. The comments that I'm going to make this afternoon, I hope, are going to be helpful to the leader, because Councillor Hunter's put forward our proposals as far as the budget is concerned. However, I note that we as a city are borrowing huge amounts of money. And I really wonder whether long term we can continue to afford it. And I'll give you just an example. We have a net revenue budget of this year £759.2 million. We actually raised through council tax £403 million. I think that that is out of proportion, totally out of proportion. Indeed, if we look at the budget for next year, the net revenue budget goes up to £925 million. Council tax goes up, the receipts go up by £429 million. That's how much we will take in council tax. So there's an extra £26 million. But at the last Resources Committee, I elicited the information that we will be paying next year £24 million in interest rates, additional payments. So the net benefit to the city over the increase in council tax is in actual fact going to be £2 million from council tax. Now, it worries me because when you look at where we've been, we've actually taken all the monies that were in the COVID budget. We've taken money from reserves, and we're still in a situation where next year we've got to find an additional £18 million for energy costs. We're cutting £1.7 million from libraries, and there's £21 million in the budget that hasn't been identified. Now, I'm just worried because if you put those three figures together, you come to over £40 million. And yet, we're looking at increasing the council capital spend next year again. And I just don't see that at the moment when we're under so much pressure that the rate of capital investment is sustainable. Now, I know that at the last council meeting when Councillor Ward was challenged, he intimated that we're on the back of a tiger and we can't get off because we'll get clawed to death because of what other cities are doing. I'm paraphrasing, Leader. I'm trying to be helpful. I think we need to look at our capital assets and to not have a fire sale, but to certainly liquidate some of them and pay down some of our capital outstanding. Now, unfortunately, we haven't had the best history as far as this is concerned, as Councillor Yip made reference to as far as the sale of the NEC is concerned, that in 3 years the bank managed to raise an additional £500 million. But I am saying these comments this afternoon with the best of intention to try and help the controlling group. Thank you.
Councillor Yvonne Mosquito.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Birmingham City Council should be proud of its global success, proud of delivering the ongoing regeneration of the city, and proud of achieving improvements across a range of service areas evidenced in our recent national awards. However, like many councils, Birmingham is facing an increasingly challenging financial situation, primarily because of external, regional and national factors. These include recovery of from the pandemic, the rising cost of living, inflation, increasing demands for our services, and reduced government funding, a loss of some 800 million over the last 11 years. This has put inevitably a lot of pressure on the Council's finances, both for 2023 to 24 and for the medium-term financial outlook. I'm very proud to say that through hard work and continuous improvements, this Council is presenting a robust budget and a sustainable medium-term financial strategy. The proposals included in this report establish a balanced budget, not just for this coming year, 2023 to 24, but also for each of the following 3 years, 2026 to 27. The budget has taken a considered view of all relevant known and projected factors. Lord Mayor, this is the first time that Birmingham City Council has achieved the setting of a full 4-year balanced budget, notwithstanding what the Conservatives have said. This remarkable achievement has been made possible by the Council identifying savings opportunities in the 2023 to 24 budget, totalling 48.9 million and a further 48.2 million to be delivered over the period of the medium-term financial plan. These opportunities can be delivered and realised at pace and are capable of delivering the size and scale of savings required, Lord Mayor. All of this has been done without blanket service cuts, but with the priority of improving the outcomes for citizens. This year, the budget setting process for the next 4 years and the longer 10-year medium-term financial plan has been significantly strengthened across the whole of the Council, with all corporate leadership teams discussing and developing options. Through this leadership, extensive workshops have given rise to robust business cases, which in turn provide strong assurance on the delivery of savings. Lord Mayor, these business cases set out clear delivery plans for all budget proposals presented today in the financial plan. Lord Mayor, this budget supports the Council's statutory requirements and aligns to the Council's priorities and delivery plan. A multi-year balanced budget within this medium-term financial plan presented today is a key part of the prudent management of the Council's finances. It reflects the Government's 2022 spending review position and clearly shows how we will continue to invest to reshape and transform our services so that now and in the future they provide for better value for money, better services and, more importantly, Lord Mayor, better outcomes for our citizens. Lord Mayor, I support this budget. Thank you.
Councillor John Cotton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and again I declare my pecuniary interest and note the fact I've received a dispensation. What a year it's been. So since we last met to set a budget, we've got through 4 chancellors and 3 prime ministers. And I think what a stark contrast there's also been between the record of this Labour administration in Birmingham and the chaos that we've seen the Conservatives inflict upon this city from Westminster. So this year, whilst we've been working hard to set a balanced 4-year plan, they were busy crashing the British economy at full speed into a wall. Birmingham gets told by the Chartered Institute of Public Finance and Accountancy that they consider this Labour Council to be an exemplar in the transformation of financial management. And while we're doing that, Conservative ministers were deliberately dodging the scrutiny of their own Independent Office for Budget Responsibility and creating such chaos that it's left this country as the only G7 nation with a shrinking economy. So forgive me if I take any lectures on financial prudence and management from the Conservative Party with a barrel load of salt. What's really appalling is the consequences of that kamikaze economics that we saw for the people of this city are real. And it comes on top of that decade of austerity and tearing holes in the social security safety net and everything else that's been inflicted on people in this city over that period. And that, of course, is the context in which we are setting this budget today. It's been referenced several times, the extent of poverty and deprivation and the fact that over 300,000 Brummies are living below the poverty line, faced with a cost of living crisis. That's why this council has stepped up. We declared that cost of living emergency in September. We already put 5 million into a comprehensive response to support communities, the food aid fund to keep our food banks and pantries going, expanding advice provision so people can get the help and support that they need, getting the energy vouchers out to hard-pressed households, and of course building that amazing network of nearly 200 warm welcome spaces right across the city. And may I just use this opportunity, Lord Mayor, to say thank you to everybody across the city who's worked with us to build that so important network, and also to our amazing staff of this council who've been working tirelessly to support communities in this city. This budget builds on that work. There's another 6 million set aside, of course, to support vulnerable adults. And we know that there will be more challenges ahead, and we're certainly not going to stand idly by. We'll continue to stand with and stand up for people in this city who need help. We'll also continue to invest in community safety and especially the efforts to tackle knife crime. The tragic and sometimes fatal consequences of young people becoming embroiled in violence and knife crime have been seen all too often on our streets, and that's why we are again putting £1 million into specifically tackling youth violence, working with the Police and Crime Commissioner to put youth workers on our streets and engage with young people and empower them to make the right choices. And of course, we'll also be empowering communities to find local solutions to problems, expanding that network of neighbourhood action coordinators, something I've seen work very well in my own ward, and of course, putting in the additional funds that the leader has announced today. Lord Mayor, I was really looking forward, I must admit, to the Conservative amendment this year. Because, like the leader, I've become something of an aficionado of the Shadow Cabinet Member for Finance's Twitter account. And I was astonished to read on the 20th of February that the Tory party is now infested with wets and socialists. Fraternal greetings, comrades. So I was looking forward to something really innovative and progressive and left-wing, and instead, okay, not written on the back of a fag packet, but what we did get was essentially the same amendment we've seen before, sanded down and spray painted to make it appear as if it's something new and that they've had some fresh ideas, whereas actually they're just repackaging the ones that the voters resoundingly rejected last May. So we've got all the warm words about poverty and inequality in the preamble, not a word of apology for the austerity and the financial and economic chaos that has massively increased poverty and disadvantage in our city. There's a proposal in there again to commission out neighbourhood advice services, taking no account of the strong partnership that we've got with the voluntary and community sector around advice in this city. And what a fantastic way to thank our staff who've been busy ensuring that people can access the extra support and extra benefits that they need. Is that really the message that the Conservative Party wants to give to those hard-working staff? And again, as the Deputy Leader has referred to, all of this seems to be predicated on huge cuts to procurement. I'm not going to repeat what Councillor Jones has said around the importance of procurement and the services that sit behind that. But we also use procurement to drive real social advantage. We drive take-up of the real living wage. We ensure that we spend money locally, 78% within the Birmingham and West Midlands area, 6 million with social enterprises. Frankly, the price of this amendment is not one that this city can afford, and that's why I'll be rejecting that and voting with this budget today. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Marion Jenkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It is with regret that I have to acknowledge the leader's comments that the hard-working people of Birmingham now find themselves paying the highest taxes in 70 years. The incentive to work hard, to work harder, to go that extra mile has all but evaporated. Who would wish to push themselves when the avaricious and inefficient state will confiscate more than 50% of what you earn? Worse, Lord Mayor, we are now planning to make the UK a less attractive place in which to invest. The proposal to increase corporation tax to within 1 point of where Mr Corbyn wanted it will do harm, despite numerous warnings from industry that it will disincentivise investment and the clear investment that increasing corporation tax reduces corporation tax take. We still live with a Treasury that either won't or can't get this point. Now, despite the fact that these comments have been made by myself and the leader, some in this chamber may ask, what has this to do with today's Labour Birmingham budget? Well, Lord Mayor, I think we have a chance today to stop the relentless onward march of tax increases. You see, council tax is a particularly nasty tax because other taxes one can, to an extent at least, manage. You know, one might reduce one's income tax by taking a decision to do less work and spend more time with one's family, and that's an understandable decision. Investors can manage their corporation tax by choosing to invest elsewhere, and many do take their investments to places such as Southern Ireland. But there's no way that a working person can change the circumstances of his dwelling so easily. Even if you lose your job, if your income is compromised, you're still stuck with council tax at the existing level, increasing at the furious rate that we've heard earlier today. So, for that reason, all the more, Lord Mayor, it's incumbent upon us to help the hard-working people in Birmingham by not putting through these council tax increases. We talked about the relevance of council meetings. Well, you know, I've been a councillor since 2012, and I can't think of a single occasion, someone may correct me if I'm wrong, where any councillor has ever voted against his party's whip. So it does draw into question, does it not, the relevance of the meeting, if no matter what we say, if no matter what we debate, everybody will always simply vote the way they were going to at 2 o'clock when the meeting started. But today's a chance for it to be different. Why don't we become the Workers' Coalition of Birmingham? Don't put the tax increases through, and do the workers of Birmingham a real favour. Look, Lord Mayor, the leader criticises our proposals for the High Street. And I know that Labour love to plough investment into the city centre, and to an extent I can understand that. We do want a world-class city centre. But surely it makes sense to divert at least some resources to the suburbs. Accept, if nothing else, our proposal to have free parking in the suburbs in order that we may encourage shoppers to come in and help the businesses that are really struggling. There's been a few comments about the practicalities of our savings proposals. But let's remember, what we are proposing represents only 5% of the procurement budget. Are we really saying that with a procurement budget as large as that of Birmingham City Council, that we can't somehow find 5% in there? Dismiss the leader's comments about inflation because that's already built into the budget. And finally, Lord Mayor, it wouldn't be right for me to finish without expressing my gratitude to the leader for helping me with my confusion about the events last autumn. But I'm sorry, I'm still not quite there, because I look quizzically at the comments from Keir Starmer. And many of the comments he makes seem remarkably similar to those that we were hearing from the previous deposed Prime Minister. And I cite, for example, he says that we should go for growth. Now, I seem to remember a former Prime Minister saying something about that. And how can we go for growth if we do not cut the eye-watering, ludicrously high level of taxes that we currently pay? So I'm going to have to continue thinking about that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Baba-Baz.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I am pleased that I have been given a chance to speak this afternoon, as I will be speaking with what majority of residents of Birmingham agree with. Over the last few months, the Labour leader has made reference of how the Liberal Democrats are out of touch in Birmingham. I want to put that record straight by saying the only group that really is out of touch with residents is this Labour administration. They talk about cleaner, greener streets. I would love to know where these are. The streets are full of litter. Fly tipping is an everyday problem. Refuse collections continue to be missed. Recycling rates are some of the poorest in the country. The mobile household recycling centres, as they are called, that recycle very little, do not benefit every resident. Those that cannot use this service for one reason or another clearly do not matter to this council. Enforcement action is another failure of this Labour administration. How many times do we see people prosecuted for offences they commit? Yet the Labour leader will tell you how great Birmingham is. There is more to Birmingham than just the city centre. We continue to pump millions into the city centre, yet the local areas continue to suffer. Was there really a need to spend 1.5 million to replace the paving slabs on Victoria Square, or could that money have been better used in inner city Birmingham? The Labour group is good at wasting money, yet will use the same old get-out-of-jail card of government cuts to local budgets. We have a cycle lane on Bolton Road in the Bosley Green ward that was put in without proper consultation and serves no purpose. Money wasted that could have been better spent elsewhere. What we really need is local budgets that local elected representatives can spend as they know where best to spend in their own wards. What we see with the Labour administration is short, measured answers when it comes to delivering outside of the city centre, as we have found out with the recent announcement around Small Leeds Leisure Centre. Since 2016, Small Leeds Leisure Centre has been without a swimming pool. Does the needs of the inner city residents not matter to this Labour administration? We continue to raise concerns that the burial service in Birmingham is failing the Muslim and Jewish community. Again, short-term fixes are put in place without the actual problem being dealt with. It feels the Labour group will continue to do as they please without putting the needs of the community first. My ward of Yardley West and Stechford continues to be neglected, and if it wasn't for the residents who voluntarily give up many hours in the case, as is the case right across Birmingham, they have paper over the cracks. Lord Mayor, I will not be supporting the 4.99 council tax increase, as I cannot trust the Labour group to keep any of its promises to make Birmingham better. At a time when residents are making every pound stretch as far as possible, today we are asking residents to find an extra £80 to £100 on their council tax, but in return they will be no better off and most likely worse off under this Labour council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Sharon Thompson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, the Conservatives in the Chamber may wish to pretend that national decisions do not affect us locally, but they do. And, you know, we can all say what we like about the Tory government, I often do, but I think everyone in this chamber, even if just in their head, would admit that this Tory government certainly knows how to create a crisis. We have the cost of living crisis, a crumbling NHS, and of course, a housing crisis. These are not excuses. This is the reality, so yes, we will speak about them. The UK's chronic housing shortage is one of the biggest challenges facing this country. It is a reality. And whatever the Conservatives in this chamber say, it's a crisis that's been fuelled by the actions or inactions of their party nationally. They make a huge difference to people in Birmingham and on our streets. And if you do not think that that it makes a difference, then, you know, I'd invite you to actually campaign for a Labour government, and we can tell you that it will make a difference nationally. As I said last month, in 2010, the Conservative-led coalition slashed funding for subsidised housing by 60%, and it redirected the remaining money away from social rent and towards more expensive, affordable rent housing. That affects people within Birmingham. They also scrapped the major repairs allowance available to councils, which was implemented under the last Labour government, and yes, that does affect people within Birmingham. And I'm not going to talk about the disaster of how they dealt with Grenfell, because we all know how we feel on this side, how the Conservatives dealt with that fiasco. But we invested money into fire safety, which has had an impact on our budgets. And Lord Mayor, I made these points before, and I make no apologies for saying them again. And Councillor Robert Alden says that we should talk about what we are doing and what we can do. And in response to that, I'll say in response to the national housing crisis, this city's new housing strategy commits us to accelerating the delivery of affordable housing in the city, to support people maintain homes and drive forward on the quality of our existing homes. And to that end, that's why this budget and our medium-term financial plan commits us to an additional £400 million decency investment on top of existing capital provision, taking our investment in housing improvements to £1 billion over 10 years, a further £151 million to retrofit homes over the next decade, and almost £500 million for new homes. And I hope that when we are talking about creating new homes, that my inbox won't be filled with people from the opposite side complaining about building affordable houses because it doesn't fit in with their wards. Lord Mayor, us investing money is the right thing to do, and as we know, it comes at a cost. And the Tories have made a great deal of noise outside of this chamber about the rent increase of 7%. And yet, as they know, the government's own consultation on rent increases agreed that 7% increase was appropriate. It was protecting social tenants from high rent increases while allowing the adequate investment into housing stock, which we need to do. We know that people across the city are struggling, and I agree with Councillor Francis that they are struggling and that we do need a Labour government to help us sort out this disastrous Tory government's mismanagement of the economy. And that's why this rent increase is lower than the rate of inflation and substantially lower than the increase in private rents over the last 12 months. And of course, we do acknowledge that people are struggling because we see in our inboxes every single day of what people are being affected by. And unlike the Tory government, we are not going to turn our backs on the people of this city. Lord Mayor, you've heard today how the Labour Council is continuing to offer support for people caught up in this Tory cost of living crisis. And as I've just outlined, we are also going to be investing in the quality of our homes needed right across Birmingham. But of course, as I said last time, what the people of Birmingham really need is a Labour Metro Mayor and also a Labour government committed to tackling the housing crisis. Since 2010, we've had no less than 15 housing ministers with the Tories, and that goes to show how dedicated they are to improving the crisis that they have set out on housing. So, Lord Mayor, with that, I will say we don't need a lottery, Councillor Yip. What we need is a change in government, and I really hope the cavalry is on its way.
Out of time. Out of time. Councillor Debbie Cansey.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, all of us here will have received the email from unions concerned about proposed cuts to youth services they say were hidden in the budget. And I think we can all agree that staff finding out in this way is a poor way to treat our frontline workers. Shame on the Cabinet member, Lord Mayor. I sincerely hope that since that email was sent, urgent steps have been taken to engage with, reassure and apologise to those workers who do such good work in our city. Lord Mayor, the leader has claimed as mitigation that they are actually investing £1 million on youth services focused on gang crime. Councillor Cotton has also just referred to this regarding tackling knife crime. But this isn't new investment, Lord Mayor. It is continuation of one-off funding provided last year. when this side warned that the council would have to find this money or be forced to cut it this year. The Leader's £1 million investment actually just means the cut is 1.3 million and not 2.3 million. How very generous, Lord Mayor. Our budget amendment invests in brighter futures for all our young people, with devolved funding for youth work in local areas and enhanced opportunities both and after school. It does this at the same time as freezing council tax, protecting frontline services and protecting household finances. Lord Mayor, there have been well-known systemic failure in leadership for SEND services that led to the appointment of an external commissioner and sending £450,000 in apprenticeship levy back to the Treasury as they were unable to spend it. Our budget commits to ongoing investment in young people to open up opportunities, unleashing the potential of our youth. This includes investing in youth provision, supporting the expansion of and access to after-school clubs, and giving our looked-after children the chance to attend elite education establishments, something that appears to be so abhorred by the Labour administration. The union email councillors received, Lord Mayor, talked about youth work and youth workers being an easy target despite the challenging financial landscape. This should not be happening. It is only by investing in the current cohort of the city's 50% citizens under the age of 30 that can secure and ease future budget pressures on the City Council. Once you embed and consistently sustain youth work, the city will eventually see that economic value, as well as the important journey of the individuals in question. It is not just about the destination, but the journey. Sadly, Lord Mayor, the Leader in his opening speech spent 5 minutes talking about anything actual and used his remaining 15 minutes being the jaw of doom over central government despite incoming settlements. However, the Leader was right in saying that it needed to tackle low skills, unemployment with children and young people. But Lord Mayor, this was only a fleeting comment or contribution to what is actually the next cohort of youngsters and young people who will be the stewards of this city. Smoke and mirrors has already been talked about today. This is also how the union's email expressed when they questioned what does this transformation actually mean. There is no proposal or intent in the budget. It cannot be stressed enough that political leadership need to genuinely grasp the importance of the consequences if youth work and organisations alike do not receive the proper funding and direction for their work. Only education and social care scrutiny last week, where we as a committee were presented with statistical figures. Some were positives, but there were many negatives. Anyone raising young children know the challenges that life throws at you, despite the educational platform, and even more reason to invest and encourage youth services and additional support. The Green Party and the Lib Dems have also raised the youth issue today. And as the Leader has already said, today's residents will come to the council looking for that help. It should then, with a budget of over £3 billion plus, as Councillor Alden has already mentioned, be able to respond and help those current and next generation of young children. And I hope the administration take this speech on board. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Majid Mahood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, our mobile household recycling centres have been incredibly popular with tens of thousands of visits throughout the year. This work has been recognised nationally, with MHRC achieving 2 prestigious awards. That's why I'm absolutely delighted that in this budget, the mobile household recycling centres are now in permanent operation across our city, giving people a chance to dispose and recycle their bulky waste for free. Lord Mayor, I intend to improve this service with specialist vehicles, enabling more recycling and with collections made throughout the day and on weekends. I do now, however, Lord Mayor, recognise that the MHRCs can be tricky to use if you have reduced mobility. That is why I'm further pleased to announce that this Labour Council is bringing in a free bulky collection every year for each property registered with an assisted collection. Lord Mayor, Lord Mayor, this means that everyone in our city will have a way of disposing or recycling household waste that they no longer need free of charge at a local destination point. Lord Mayor, we will continue to empower our communities. Our aim is to support communities by providing equipment, disposal and training for anyone wanting to carry out litter picks or community clear-ups. Our brilliant Love Your Streets teams will assist with community clear-ups and have supported residents to clear long-standing issues in private access ways in Hollywood, Holyhead, Smallheath, Handsworth, Sparkhill, Quinton, and will be in Aston to help clear up Deacon Avenue when called to do so. We have invested thousands in litter picking equipment, and I would like to place on record my heartfelt thanks to everyone in the city who helps in cleaning up our streets. Thank you. Lord Mayor, it is imperative that we change people's mindsets. I recognise we cannot keep cleaning the streets without people recognising it's not acceptable to put rubbish on our parks and streets. That's why we are working with Keep Britain Tidy, looking at long-term changes. A chewing gum trial in the city centre has reduced chewing gum on the pavement by 60%. Our intent is to replicate this across the city. Lord Mayor, following on from the incredible Commonwealth Games last year, we are delivering on the legacy of the Games with investment into grassroots sports, with our work with the Football Foundation and other national bodies, building and upgrading multi-use games areas in parks to get people more active. I want to see us have a multitude of parks in the city that embrace sport so that our residents can get fitter and healthier using our new sports infrastructures. Lord Mayor, our parks are a vital part of what makes our city great. We are blessed that we have 631 parks in the city, and each and every one of them is important. Over the last 2 years, a seed corn fund has been made available to constituted groups in our parks with an investment of £30,000 that has brought in £193,550, with another £163,865 still pending. Our aim is to continue this and support those who want to work with us to make a difference locally. Lord Mayor, we want to improve the green environment of the city. Our parks are vital to my ambition, and as the Cabinet member, I recognise the heritage previous councillors have provided us with. We are recognising this contribution at this year's Chelsea Flower Show. Canning Park celebrates its 150-year anniversary this year, and I want to invest in our parks network. Lord Mayor, I want to reduce chemical usage across the city, and we are trialling No More May in Acox Green, Bromford and Hodgell, Moseley and North Edge Basson wards. This will improve opportunities for our pollinators and other wildlife across the city. Lord Mayor, tree planting is also important, providing habitat for wildlife and shade for us all. With our partners, we have planted more than 2,100 trees in our parks this year, and we have ambitions to double this next season. I've been working with planners to identify Section 106 and seal money to improve our parks. I want to do more over the next 12 months to make sure our Victorian parks are fit for the next 100 years. Lord Mayor, climate change is the greatest challenge facing humanity, and here in Birmingham we have set up a dedicated net zero team to work across the council to deliver our ambitious Route to Zero agenda by 2030. This year's budget continues with this funding to deliver clean air and a greener future for the city. Lord Mayor, the Net Zero team is actively seeking funding and have put in applications for Social Housing Decarbonisation Fund for more than 24 million, and we are working on bids to the public sector decarbonisation scheme for some BCC-owned buildings. We are actively investigating solar power and are talking to Big Solar Co-op and SMS about investing in the city and whether we should invest itself to save in the medium term. We are talking to Green Finance Institute about local climate bonds and aggregated finance schemes for solar power as well. Lord Mayor, this council is delivering in difficult times for our city, but we need a Labour Metro Mayor, a Labour government to clean up the mess that the Tories have left behind after 13 years of misrule. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
There will now be a break for council members. As mentioned, a finger buffet accompanied by tea and coffee will be served in the banqueting suite. I move that the council be adjourned until 1700 hours. Is that seconded? Following the recommendation of the meeting, recommencement, I should say, not recommendation, recommencement of this meeting, we now move back to the debate. So I will now call Councillor Gareth Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and I just want to confirm that I've obtained a dispensation from the Chair of the Standards Committee. Lord Mayor, they say a week is a long time in politics, so the year that's passed since the last budget feels like an eternity. But I do remember it well because the leader of the council then waxed lyrical about how his leadership in terms of delivering the best finances for the city for 30 years, and that Birmingham was on the cusp of a golden decade. It seems strange now that in his opening speech today that there was no boasting of his financial stewardship, and the golden decade has been reduced to a golden year. How things have changed. But he did mention about the cost of living, and I do want to pay tribute to all those community groups, volunteers and charities who are doing amazing work supporting people who are going through incredibly tough times as a result of that challenge. And whilst the extra £6 million that this council has provided to assist the most vulnerable in this city is welcome, what it gives in one hand, it takes back in another. As has already been highlighted, council rents are going up by 7%. Fees and charges are also going up, including, as we heard earlier, the tea and toast at adult social daycare centres, which is quite frankly shocking that these vulnerable people have been asked to pay extra for their tea and toast, and all it does is raise an extra 16k for the council's coffers. Now, I did not note with interest that there was a 3% increase for fruit as well, so I'm not sure if that applies to dates, because I heard that they were being handed out free previously. But of course, the big one, Lord Mayor, is council tax, which under Labour is now 46% higher than it was in 2012. And indeed, at the end of this financial plan, it will be 60%, costing the average household in Birmingham £660 a year, which quite frankly is disgraceful given that people are going through tough times. And I don't see how Labour can claim that they are helping hard-working families by whacking up their bills at a time of crisis. And the leader also touched on how austerity is not over. Yet, it's also said that the core spending power for this Birmingham City Council has gone up by 34% since 2016, and it's gone up by 11% since last year alone, and the council budget currently sits at £3.8 billion. So the fact is, this council is getting more money from the central government, so I don't think it's right to say that it's austerity's fault for the challenges that the council is facing. And of course, the leader would like to bash the government because it deflects away from Labour's own incompetence and infighting. It's hard to remember, Lord Mayor, that actually the leader of the council held his position by one vote with 2 abstentions in May last year. And of course, we must also not forget the reportings within The Guardian about toxic culture within Birmingham Labour Group. And indeed, there's talks of allegations of institutional racism by members of the Labour Group, and there was even the resignation of their BME officer. So no wonder the leader wants to focus on the government rather than the problems within his own group. But the fact is, Lord Mayor, Birmingham's problems are not the government, it's this Labour administration. Now, once again, we've put forward an alternative budget, a Brummie budget, that puts forward the people's priorities and balances the council's finances. We will invest in street cleansing, we will tackle fly tipping, we will invest in our parks and green spaces, the priorities that matter to the people of Birmingham, and that will be over 60 million over 4 years. We will also be investing in regenerating local centres, with 100 million being available for alternative budget for 4 years. Places like Erdington, Northfield and Sutton Coldfield can benefit from the significant investment and transformation that those local centres need, rather than solely focusing on the city centre. And we must invest in our housing stock as well, as we debated recently, and our budget delivers on that, regardless of the failures that this Labour Council has delivered time and time again. And we will also reintroduce services like the concierge and CCTV to help make our estates safer, particularly places like Abbeyfields in Erdington. We will also invest in our young people, an extra £4 million that we're making to provide for youth services, which has already been touched on by Councillor Clancy, are under threat as a result of this Labour Council. And then again, we'll invest in our local libraries, again at risk from Labour, and we will ensure that they are protected, invested in and retained for future use, particularly heritage buildings like Erdington Library. And doing all of that, we will add over 100 million into contingency over the next 4 years in order to deliver all of the savings and more. And we will achieve all of this, Lord Mayor, with a council tax freeze for all 4 years of the council's medium financial term plan, saving £228 per household. That's something that's making a difference at a real time of crisis for people. Now, we recognise on this side of the chamber that people are struggling, and we're going to offer real support for residents by putting them first. Now, I touched upon The Guardian earlier and how they had an anonymous survey within the Labour group that they can't criticise the leadership. It's interesting that so far the only people who've spoken are cabinet members, so I do hope we hear from some genuine backbenchers later today to hear their views on this budget, because it's healthy for democracy and it's not right that members are silenced. So I do hope that we will hear from Labour backbenchers today that you will put residents first, and we've delivered an alternative budget that can deliver on the people's priorities, and I ask you to vote for it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Izzy Knowles.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Since I became a councillor, and even before that, I've promoted and advertised the mobile household recycling centre in my ward. Every month I deliver leaflets in the roads near to where it will be positioned, and both Councillor Jenkins and I publicise it on different social media groups. The council flyer we send out says quite clearly what unwanted items you can bring to the vehicle. They include household rubbish, paper, cardboard, glass, plastic and clothes, but also garden waste and bigger items, toys, small furniture, household items. The name of the facility would suggest that those items that are reusable are not going to be sent to the incinerator. The council's own website also reinforces this. In a blog published in October 2022, it says, items that have a further future use are sent to the community reuse facility that operates out of the traditional Tyseley HRC site, which sells recovered items at bargain prices and includes a helpful link to that site. So last Friday, when the MHRC came to Moseley, I saw the crew had received a child's bike, 2 good quality chairs, 2 TVs, a baby high chair, a baby bouncer, and an almost new laptop bag. They were all neatly stacked at the side of the refuse wagon. And I asked the crew, how would they get these items to the Tyseley Reuse Centre? The answer was, where is the reuse centre? The crew went on to confirm if no one asked for the items at the roadside, they would go into the crusher and onward to the incinerator, as they had no means to transport them to the reuse centre, even once I showed them on a map where it was. I don't want anyone to think for 1 minute that this is a failing of the crews. They are always enthusiastic and helpful. They do the job they've been given with the tools they've been provided. It may be possible to rectify the issue by sending another smaller truck to pick up the reusable items at the end of each session. However, that's not feasible for areas where there's not enough room in the road for 3 wagons. Indeed, the MHRC itself is limited to the roads it can attend due to the size of the current 2 wagons, and the areas it's arguably needed the most are often the ones it can't easily go to. I don't want to rubbish the MHRCs. They're popular and provide a service to many people who find it difficult to go to the household depots. But they could be so much better if they were more adaptable to local needs and actually do what they say on the tin or the flyer. Communities like to know what's happening to their waste, and they also want to see a lot more than 4% of it being recycled. I've been a councillor for 9 months. I've been cleaning up other people's litter for much longer. I know how many people across Birmingham are passionate about keeping our streets clean. I get emails and tweets from residents from Erdington to Borsley Green to Selly Oak. I see their frustration when the council's systems don't work for them, like fly tipping on private or unowned land, graffiti on business premises, or abandoned student wheelie bins strewn across pavements. I see the innovative, creative and collaborative solutions that individuals, charities and community groups have come up with to tackle these problems. Only last week I met with Jericho, who run the successful reusers site in Sutton Coldfield, and they'd love to set up something similar in the Balsall Heath or Moseley area. Highbury Park Friends crowdfunded for new litter bins and they bought twin bins in the hope that a recycling pilot could be introduced in the park. In past years, wards benefited from environmental wardens, individuals who get to know their patch and can work with the community to tackle hotspots and to bring those solutions to life. Our amendment to devolve funding to area committees would allow local choices in how we tailor our street services to our wards. It would empower our communities. It would give them ownership and responsibility in keeping their areas clean, reduce waste and tackle the climate emergency. I really hope that this is something that can be considered, whether now or in the future, and where rubbish and recycling is concerned, we can really claim to be bold, be Birmingham. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Liz Clements.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Before I start, I need to declare non-pecuniary interests. I'm a trustee of the CBSO and also a board observer on Birmingham Opera Group. I have to say I've been sitting here listening with some incredulity at some of the contributions from the opposition benches. So I don't recognise the characterisation of either the city centre or of our neighbourhoods. And I also feel that there's been a degree of detachment for reality, given that I was made redundant from this organisation in 2010 as an officer, and since then the council has lost £800 million in its revenue budget. That has inevitably had an impact on the way that we deliver services and how neighbourhood services are delivered to the people who depend on them the most. So I just think that degree of detachment from reality is absolutely characteristic of our colleagues particularly on the Conservative benches. It's actually not the first time I've been listening with incredulity today, because I also earlier heard Rishi Sunak telling people in Northern Ireland how wonderful it is to be in the EU single market and in the UK. But I digress slightly. So I think there's a theme emerging from the contributions today from opposition councillors, particularly Conservative councillors. They lack reality. Now, we've also had people telling us how much they love the city, and I think we are all united in this chamber by loving Birmingham. Those of us who've grown up here or those of us who've moved here, you might be able to tell from my direct declaration of interest, I'm particularly interested in music, so the diversity of music attracted me to come here. But increasingly, what I really love about Birmingham is the determination to transform Birmingham's transport networks and to turn this city into a modern city where people can move around in mass transit networks on public transport. They can walk and cycle in safety, and when they need to drive, then they can drive on a high-quality road network that we're investing in. So that's why I'm proud to get up and support this budget, because if you look at the numbers in this budget, you can see that all of those priorities for that ambitious vision for Birmingham are reflected in the budget papers in front of you today. So looking at the highways network, we are investing in improving the network, and if you were around in the summer, you will have known and heard from people who are visiting lots of comments and compliments about the state of the roads, which I have to say was a pleasant surprise for Birmingham. And we have been investing £45 million per year in the highways network over the last 3 years, and you'll see in this budget investments of £28 million per year over the next 2 years. We're continuing to renegotiate a PFI, because the PFI is the best way at the moment to bring in significant extra investment for our road network in the form of a PFI grant of £50 million a year. So I'm very much committed to having a high-quality road network in Birmingham so that the people who need to drive in our city can drive around in safety on a high-quality road surface, and cyclists can also ride around without being confronted by lots of potholes. We also heard allusions to leadership and making choices. So who is it in this city who is actually leading on clean air and air quality? It's the Labour Council, it's Ian Ward, it's Councillor Wazim Zafar, my predecessor, and it's everyone who's held the line in implementing the clean air zone. And we've seen the Tories in Birmingham campaign against the implementation of the CAS, and now we're seeing their counterparts in outer London boroughs campaign against the expansion of ULEZ, which is an absolute disgrace and a betrayal of particularly of young people and anyone with a respiratory condition in Birmingham and London. So yes, we are using the CAS net surplus revenue to invest in public transport priorities, in bike giveaways, clean air monitors in schools, car-free school streets, and we're investing in new stations on the Camp Hill line. And I'm proud to get up and say that, because that's the best way to improve and transform our transport networks in the city. And last, and by no means least, this budget supports the delivery of the Birmingham Transport Plan. And there I come back to my point about why I'm excited about being in Birmingham, because we are delivering this bold vision to transform mobility in the city. So again, we had the reference to free car parking in suburban neighbourhoods. That is the thinking of the 50s and the 60s. We are a big metropolis. We need to offer people integrated public transport. We need to offer people good routes and safe routes for walking and cycling. And we need to make it possible for people to choose to leave their cars at home when they don't need to use them. So this budget is fully in line with the priorities that we've set in that big strategic plan, the Birmingham Transport Plan, and it will transform Birmingham and make it easier for people to travel around for work and to get to school and to get to leisure. That's the thinking of the future. It's coming from Labour. It's dreadfully absent from the opposition benches. That's why I support this budget. Thank you very much.
Councillor Matt Bennett.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's been a bit subdued this year compared to last year, I have to say, this meeting. You may recall last year, last year, you may recall I did propose an amendment and I was seconded by a Labour councillor who then, in the course of seconding me, defected over to us. So I'm just wondering if anyone fancies seconding anything today. You see, it's early at the moment. You're early in the term. You've got a few years of infighting, backstabbing, resignations, and of course the inevitable deselection rounds. So I've got my eye on one or two of you. You know who you are. My door's always open. So, Lord Mayor, Councillor Ward spoke of hope in his speech earlier. I think hope, not dates, I hope. I do wonder really where the hope lies in this city, because what we're seeing is charges going up. But if you're a council tenant and the rent is rising almost as fast as the damp in your flat, and if you're a road user bouncing along on potholes, gone on some extended diversion to get off a street that's been closed, if you're a parent of a child with special educational needs, where's the hope for you? There isn't any hope, because this administration continues to mess things up time and time again. There isn't hope. All there are more charges. There's more council tax, there's more rent, and as we've heard, there's even an increase in the price of tea and toast for daycare users. I mean, really, to raise £16,000, you want to do that? I can't believe that sits well with people on the Labour benches there. It just seems so petty. I tell you who there is hope for, though, the same class of people that there's always hope for, the interim council officer class. They always do well under this administration and continue to. Millions of pounds spent on interim officers and consultants, earning £500, £600, £700 a day, £1,000 a day. Those sort of figures we keep spending on time and time again. There's plenty of hope for the people who've got their snouts in that particular trough, who are suckling away, getting fat on the council taxpayers' teat. It is appalling that you're happy to raise those charges for tea and toast, but continue to spend money on those interims and consultants who are earning so much per day. I have an idea, Lord Mayor. I have a proposal. Because, as I say, I can't believe that really increasing the tea and toast prices does sit well with Labour councillors. So in our amendment, we're scrapping that charge. But I don't seriously expect Labour councillors to vote for our amendment. So I'm going to make it easy for them. I will, again, propose a motion from the floor that simply says we'll withdraw those charges. And I'll tell you how it can be paid for as well. All you have to do is ask some of those consultants, identify some of the ones that are earning between £500 and £1,000 a day, ask enough of them to take one day off to cover the cost of £16,000. Very, very easy. Does anyone want to second that? No? Any Labour councillor want to second that? No, of course not. Of course not. Rather than take a single day's income away from the interim officer local authority class, you will make vulnerable residents pay more for their tea and toast for the whole year. I'm appalled. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Jane Francis.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, can I declare non-pecuniary interest as the Director of the Icon Gallery, Birmingham Rep and West Midlands Arts? Lord Mayor, we've heard a lot this afternoon about the significant challenges we face as a council. Ongoing cost of living crisis, the threat of recession, inequalities, pressure on public services from those who most need support. Some would argue that under these circumstances it might be prudent to dismiss investment in arts and culture, perhaps something of a luxury item in the current climate. Lord Mayor, I am proud and privileged to be part of the Cabinet and part of a Labour Council which acknowledges that these organisations have simply never been as important as they are now. I'm also pleased that Birmingham is blessed, absolutely blessed, with a wealth of diverse cultural organisations which bring people together to provide support, to develop new skills, to learn and to thrive. This bringing together of practitioners, citizens and communities helps create the conditions in which our city flourishes and helps us as a city attract much needed investment. As a city, we recognise the need to be inclusive in our quest for economic recovery. As such, our vibrant cultural ecosystem helps create jobs, supports health and well-being, and enhances learning opportunities for young people. Our arts and culture organisations underpin our visitor and nighttime economies, helping support the further development of our creative and digital economies. The launch of our visitor destination plan will further enhance our offer to businesses, transport providers and citizens locally, regionally, nationally and internationally. Last year, we were all proud to be part of the Commonwealth Games. The leader frequently references this as a golden age. I've got used to saying the same thing wherever I go as well. A golden age of opportunity for Birmingham. And my task is to help the leader deliver on that with our partners and deliver the Commonwealth Games legacy. And colleagues, we have a bold legacy plan which has been informed and shaped very much by local people and local partners, with a focus on how the Games will help accelerate the aspirations of all of our citizens. We will continue to be bold. We'll continue to support cultural activities in local neighbourhoods across the city as part of the Commonwealth Games legacy. Lord Mayor, looking forward, 2023, we will seek to build on the success of last year's Commonwealth Games and the Birmingham 2022 Festival to design and deliver a Birmingham Festival this summer. We will continue to be unashamedly and uniquely Brumming. We established last year that there is a real and enthusiastic appetite in Birmingham for sports and for arts and culture. Our approach to funding will continue to be coherent and transparent, and we will continue to support place-based strategies which will measure value and help shape future investment. There remains in this city much to look forward to, and our citizens deserve nothing less than being able to experience firsthand the benefits of our investment in arts, culture and sports. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Colin Green.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to speak on behalf of the people of the outlying districts of Birmingham. It seems that investment in Birmingham is a tale of two cities. The first city lies within the Middle Way, where a now beautiful city centre has been redeveloped and is being redeveloped. The second city is outside of that, and it's made of the towns and suburbs that many of us live in. Many years of campaigning to be elected has taught me one thing. The people of this second city feel neglected by the centre. They see their roads with potholes, their bins unemptied. The voices I hear from Sheldon say a few things. Complaints about speeding drivers, complaints about their bins not being emptied, complaints about speeding drivers, complaints about recycling, complaints about speeding drivers, and also about Sheldon Country Park. Now, Sheldon Country Park was the subject of a review recently to find ways to fill the shortcomings in park funding. It turns out that the cost of paying display machines is so great that it leaves very little money for the park. So the scheme was withdrawn, leaving us with nothing really. So the councillors for outlying areas are asked to fix things by their constituents. And we're left with very little other than fly-tip fridges and pieces of string to do it with. So we were taken back by a good thing from this budget debate. The reintroduction of the Community Chest Fund. A one-year trial, but a very welcome one. So I urge the council to find the money to make this a permanent feature. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillors Darius Sandhu.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wish to declare that I'm council appointment on two bodies, CBSO and the Committee of the Friends of the Birmingham Museum Trust. I received dispensation for this. Lord Mayor, a question that myself and I hear many colleagues here on the doorstep is that where is the value for money coming from this council? As we discuss the budget, the executive must remember the money we are discussing is not the council's money, it's not the government's money, it's the hard-earned money of the Brummie taxpayer. And let's just focus for a moment on the basics that the council needs to offer. Missed collections, street cleaning services not available, when needed, road repairs taking weeks and months to be carried out if they're ever logged, and the council is increasing council tax, and yet residents are not getting the basics. How can a council try and build for the future when it cannot handle these basic responsibilities? At a recent council meeting, we discussed the terrible condition of council houses, and our inboxes and conversations with residents are full of examples of failures in carrying out these repairs. Other examples include, in terms of waste of money, in my own ward, we had a road, Bandwood Road was booked to repair, for full repair, and imagine my surprise when before the date of the full repair, the repair team came, blocked off the road, blocked off the bus routes, and carried out a 3-metre patch and dug it all up and covered it in tarmac. And then a few months later, an entire team came down and ripped the entire road apart, including this repair that must have cost thousands of pounds, and resurfaced it again. Total waste of money. That was a cost. Street lights being left on for weeks on end. That's a cost. Cleaning crews being called out again and again to the same spots. These all have a cost. The budget highlights the money this council will spend, but is there going to be a new approach? I'm glad to see community chests coming back, and the council executive need to work on making that permanent, because as elected representatives, it's our residents who feed it back to us, and what best way to spend that money than we, alongside our residents, deciding on not just something that's kept for one specific issue, but on a whole wide range of issues. Community chests work, and I'm glad they're coming back, and they need to be made permanent. But let's then move on to services that need to be provided to residents of all ages in our city. One thing I'm pushing for, and I'm delighted to see in our alternative budget, is funding for after-school clubs. I'm proud to be the youngest member of this council. I'm proud to be the first member of the council born in this century. Not to make any of you feel old, but one thing we must do is serve the young people of this city. And one thing we must do, when I speak to parents, especially in my ward, and I'm sure my colleague from King Stanley Ward will agree, there's not enough for our young people to do. Then why don't we fund after-school clubs? Keep our children in school, but use this extra funding to bring in external groups, arts clubs, sports teams, keeping our youngsters in a safe environment where their parents know and can trust the school, as well as keeping our youngsters engaged and in productive activities. And a policy I'm sure that residents across North Birmingham, and indeed across the city of Birmingham, will agree. Furthermore, an area that can one day be expanded to is putting into more community centres, and another area is libraries. But it is yet disappointing to see no real clarity on the futures of libraries in our city. Can the executive be clear about this? The leader, I believe, was quoted at a cabinet meeting saying that some libraries will remain, but they won't stay in the same places. Well, if we have King Stanley Library and it's no longer in King Stanley, we have an issue. It's not in the same place. It's not there for those local residents to access. They'll have to travel into the city centre or into other areas. Then, Mr. Speaker, we know that financially they'll be looking at cutting costs. Are libraries next to face the axe? And also, what other services will have to make way? Will the arts see a cut in their funding too? We know that some arts groups will be receiving a fixed amount of funding for the next few years. This does not take into inflation, so in reality will be a cut in their funding as well. Does Labour believe the arts are for everyone? And if so, why don't they back our amendment of bringing museum hubs to this city, bringing the arts out of the city centre and to our local areas where some children, some parents, some residents of our city have never seen before? Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, what's the one? Lord Mayor, goodness me. I'm promoting myself, Lord Mayor.
Promotion.
Forgive me. Goodness me. I know. Don't read Twitter before you come and make a council speech, that's what I say. All in all, as council tax goes up to residents, the executive, Lord Mayor, the executive seriously needs to get on top of the basics. Street cleaning, highway repairs, housing maintenance, and much more. There's a lot of waste that the council is not being able to manage. Spending money is one thing. This council also needs to tackle waste. Continuous rises in council tax and continuous failures on the basics. This executive budget will again have to answer the question of whether it will be value for money, and given how the previous budgets have went, I don't see how this will be any different. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor.
Councillor Marnham Cowan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is my first budget speech as Cabinet Member for Health and Social Care, and mine is a service which has suffered many blows in recent years, from dealing with an unprecedented pandemic and the fallout from that, through to the current cost of living crisis and the ever-increasing winter pressures. What isn't unprecedented, however, is the mismanagement of successive Conservative governments over the past 13 years. And as usual, it's down to local councils to pick up the pieces and try to do the best by our residents with what little support we have. But we're not taking the easy ride and doing the bare minimum. We are continuing to deliver the services that people in Birmingham need. We continue to be bold with our ambition. In our budget plan, we have set out our vision, our priorities, and how we're going to measure our success in meeting the best possible outcomes for our citizens. We are making tough choices, and delivering better outcomes for our citizens remains our key priority. Our health and wellbeing strategy, published last summer, sets out what that will look like over the next 7 years. And at the same time, we saw the introduction of the integrated care system in the NHS, where we work closely together with health colleagues on our joint objectives of tackling health inequalities, early intervention and prevention, and mental health, to name a few. Lord Mayor, despite what the members of the opposite side of the chamber may try to tell you, this Conservative government left councils like ours with no choice but to take the 2% social care precept this year. The government included it within their figures, and without it, we would not have been able to offer the level of care that our residents deserve. But I will make this clear, Lord Mayor, that this is a short-term solution to a problem that successive Conservative governments have promised to fix but failed to do so. It is not just Labour councils who are having to take the 2% social care precept either. Up and down the country, councils of all political persuasion are having to pass this burden onto their residents when they're already facing financial struggles caused by the cost of living crisis, and it is painful. Even in Conservative-run Rutland District Council, the smallest county in England, they are facing the same difficult choice as us. When they announced their budget recently, their leader said that the 2% additional levy that we're charging will not actually cover the increase in costs that the council are going to incur. These are increases that have been incurred by the adult healthcare providers, who are now passing those on to the council, which leaves us in a very challenging situation. This situation is mirrored across the country, with other authorities forced to take the social care precept too, including Conservative-run Hampshire County Council and Suffolk County Council. Suffolk Deputy Leader said this week, our budget proposals protect the services that people rely on the most and cares for the most vulnerable. Of every pound we spend, 75 pence goes towards services for these people. The extra money to adult and children's services is needed to meet the huge increase in demand for the services, as well as higher costs due to inflation. The situation in adult social care has been made more precarious through decisions made by this government and the instability caused by its 4 health secretaries over the past 12 months. In fact, when the government made the decision to delay the rollout of adult social care charging reform in the autumn, this decision was branded as inhumane by Sir Andrew Dilnot, who was the architect of the proposals. Now, the government must use the delay to reforms to learn from the trailblazers to ensure that the appropriate funding and support is in place so that they can be implemented successfully. Lord Mayor, although the additional funding to adult social care is welcome, it falls significantly short of the £13 billion the LGA called for to address the severity of the pressures facing the service nationally, including rising demand and ensuring councils can meet all of their statutory duties under the Care Act. Additional investment for here and now pressures and core services is an essential foundation for future adult social care reforms if we as councils are to play our part in delivering on the government's ambition. A long-term, fully funded plan is the only way to attract more employees, provide people with the support that they deserve, and relieve the pressures on the NHS. Instead, once again, we are left with short-term, sticking plaster solutions, and it is simply not good enough. We've made huge strides on our improvement journeys in social care in Birmingham, and there is so much that we are doing and need to continue to do so to ensure that our citizens live more active, healthier and independent lives for longer. We will continue to do everything we can to deliver for our residents, but it has become absolutely clear that it will require a Labour government to step in and deliver the reforms to adult social care that we are so desperate to see. Lord Mayor, the budget that is before us today sets out how Birmingham City Council is going to work in the year ahead to build a healthier city for everyone. I'm proud of the work that this Labour Council is doing in the...
Thank you. You're out of time. Thank you. Councillor Ken Wood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, I'd like to congratulate everyone at Shelfforce on winning an award at the recent Housing Awards. Shelfforce continue to be a real jewel in the city's crown, and we should all be proud of their achievements. Now back to the budget. Lord Mayor, a cost of living crisis was indeed declared by the city, and we've already heard the usual Labour stance of who's to blame. However, the fact remains that that cost of living crisis was declared. Many families across the city are struggling to make ends meet, and they are hurting. It's a shame, therefore, that it appears that all the cheers from the Labour group are being proved to be no more than that of the crocodile type. Council tax up by maximum allowed. Council rents up by 7%. Increases that those trying to survive the cost of living crisis will find very hard to swallow. We have over the recent months listened to the leader of the council declaring the city is in the strongest financial position for 30 years. So how can he justify these increases? That's why I welcome our commitment to freeze council tax. Council rents going up by 7%, where an ever-increasing number of homes don't meet the decent home standard, is nothing short of scandalous. This increase in rent is an insult to those having to endure the poor living standards they are condemned to live in as a result of Labour's failure to sufficiently invest in the housing stock since they took control in 2012. Those are not my words, Lord Mayor, but the words contained in a report that went to Cabinet. Now, for Councillor Thompson to justify the rent increase by saying the government says it's just, is quite preposterous, but not surprising as yet again Labour seek to blame anyone but themselves. Let's be clear, it is Labour's choice to increase the rents, no one else's. Lord Mayor, year on year under Councillor Ward's leadership and indeed deputy leadership, Labour's budgets have failed to be achieved and have all too often had to rely on injections of funds from reserves. And as expected, Labour may scoff at our alternative budget, but at least we bother to do one. When the city was run by the Conservatives and Liberal Democrats, Labour didn't even bother to try and submit a detailed alternative, as highlighted by my colleague Councillor Deirdre Alden. That's how much they cared. And by the way, we took our council housing from being under threat of stock transfer under Labour to being retained and achieving a decent home standard of over 95%. This side of the chamber care about council housing, whilst under Labour they become damp and dilapidated. Our alternative budget has been fully costed and reviewed by officers, so we know it can be achieved. Councillor, get to the end. Councillor Jenkins has already highlighted that the budget put forward by the Labour group will be passed as all their members fall in line like good little soldiers. So I would ask the leader this question. Should this Labour budget fail to be achieved, will he stand down? I very much doubt it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Mariam Jan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Why are our green spaces important? Now let me explain. Green spaces improve air quality, reduce noise, enhance biodiversity. That is why I support the Lib Dem move for more investment. Open spaces provide vital green infrastructure benefits such as mitigation, climate change, floods alleviation and ecosystem services. The provision of their facilities in our cities, towns, village is very important to a sustainable future and embeds in national planning. Therefore, in our ward, Perry Park needs to be kept as open green spaces for our residents. Commuters, dog walkers, they are all important to continue to enjoy whatever open green space we have left at Perry Park and not to be taken away from our residents for another sports facility. As by retaining Perry Park for the community, residents are something that needs to remain as open spaces provides a range of benefits to citizens of a community, beyond the benefits that occur to private renters. At Perry Park, where we were promised that this open green space will remain for residents, communities gather, meet, play, talk, walk their dogs, enjoy the clean air. Spaces can be used for cultural purposes, which can include to engage in also recreational activities, relaxation, physical exercises, but also to support mental health and so much more. Now, Councillor Ward, I am going to be talking about the flyover. The flyover demolition was a waste of money. Created tarmac junction, which is really dangerous for all pedestrians. And also thank you to Councillor Mahmood for listening to our concerns to help the elderly and disabled. But can you kindly explain where this money is going to come from, or is this just another promise? Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Karen McCarthy.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a dispensation in respect of a non-pecuniary interest as one of the city's directors at Millennium Point. As a city, we are still recovering from years of austerity, and the recent, you're playing bingo over there, and the recent pandemic has impacted us all, especially our most vulnerable citizens and children. Coupled now with the cost of living crisis, far too many of our families are struggling as energy, food and supply costs have doubled. Many are struggling to eat well and keep warm, struggling to provide the safe, warm, loving homes that we as corporate parents want all our children and young people in the city to have. We are proud of the support our Help in Brum programme has provided, but so much more could be done if government took these issues seriously and embedded them in core funding. Through the Household Support Fund, the government have created a sticking plaster approach to addressing the cost of living crisis, which is enabling us to provide emergency grants and hardship payments to support those most in need, but is not the long-term support which needs to be addressed on these issues. We are a wonderfully diverse city with a relatively high population of young people, with almost 50% of our citizens under the age of 30. But sadly, 41% of our children in the city live in relative poverty, and the cost of living crisis has led to many more families struggling. Infant mortality remains a key issue for us, and some of these tragic deaths are preventable through a range of earlier actions and awareness. The number of young people in our city and those living in poverty directly impacts on the number of children requiring support from all our services for children. Educational attainment suffered during COVID, and we're still working on supporting our children and young people to catch up on the lost learning, what we call the COVID gap, and our deprived communities fell behind more during this time. There is a continuing financial impact as demand pressures continue to increase in children's social care due to increasing numbers and the complexity of cases. As a council, we recognise that early intervention and prevention can help limit the need for children to enter the social care system. This also helps to improve performance at school and even helps to ease future pressures on adult social care. We are continuing a coordinated approach to early help across partners, which will help preventative services and in the longer term impact demand and cost. Over the last year, we have significantly invested in our SEND services, transforming our services, which we all know were not good enough. And one significant area of investment has been home-to-school transport. From this additional investment, we've seen significant improvements to the service we deliver to over 4,000 children and young people each school day, ensuring they reach school ready to learn and return home having made the best of their time. With our partners, we are developing a 5-year strategic plan to improve outcomes for babies, children and young people, creating integrated systems so professionals can work together effectively to improve outcomes for babies, children and families. Our Birmingham Children's Trust has been on an improvement journey for some time and is currently undergoing inspection. There continue to be pressures which are closely managed, including growth in demand for services and around recruitment and retention of staff. We continue to support them in tackling the broken market in children's social care.
and to recruit foster carers to provide the family-based, loving care our most troubled children need. Through our medium-term financial plan and this budget, we are prioritising children's services to the tune of £59 million for 23-24. We will ensure that this funding is spent wisely to improve the outcomes for our children, young people and their families, so they remain safe, healthy, respected and connected to meaningful opportunities so they can thrive as they prepare to move into adulthood. Thank you.
Councillor Huxtable.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. In opening this debate, Councillor Ward mentioned all the legacy benefits of the Commonwealth Games. I agree. But not once did he mention that the vast majority of the Commonwealth Games funding came from the government. Unfortunately, this is part of a consistent pattern of behaviour from Councillor Ward, because in previous budget debates, Councillor Ward mentioned how Birmingham was benefiting from businesses that were or had located into Birmingham as a result of High Speed 2. But once again, no mention about the funding provided by the government for the High Speed 2 project. Councillor Ward criticises the government about not approving any of the bids in terms of the Levelling Up Fund 2, but doesn't mention that Birmingham was successful in terms of 3 bids in Levelling Up Fund 1. And Councillor Ward has talked about investment in the highways network, but forgetting to mention that the government has provided £1 million per week as part of the highways PFI grant, which Councillor Clements acknowledged, since 2010, and will continue to provide this until the PFI ends in 2035. So, if you're going to criticise the government, Councillor Ward, you've also got to praise them for all the money invested within Birmingham or allied to Birmingham, which enables us and our economic growth of this city. And it's also very positive news that the leader in this team has announced a community trust fund during this debate, some free bulky waste collections for assisted households and other goodies. But as I understand it, these were not in the amendment put to Cabinet. So can the leader show which pages of the budget these items are in? I look forward to that response. Now, one common theme during this, during the amendments by all 3 of the opposition parties is the similarities. There appears to be a common belief that more action is required to reflect the priorities of local residents, especially with regard to the street scene, to the environment, to waste and recycling, to green spaces, to flooding, and to speed up our route to zero. In previous debates in this chamber, councillors from all sides have mentioned that residents know the priorities that are needed in their own communities and neighbourhoods. And as councillors, as their local representatives, we're best placed to understand these needs of our areas and know how best to implement the policies to address these priorities. At our last meeting, I talked about the need to restore our natural environment through tree and hedgerow conservation and planting, through new wildflower meadows. I talked about how nature can be a defence from flooding and a provider of skilled jobs, and how local authorities are now well placed to deliver these nature-friendly products. The Conservative amendment spells out how we would do this through installing living green walls, through piloting city trees, increasing flood mitigation and protection work, setting up a green space improvement fund, protecting our playing fields, developing pocket parks, and much funding the Selly Canal restoration project. But the environment is not just about green and blue infrastructure, but also cleaner streets, cleaning up our litter, the dog mess, and the fly tipping that is inherent across our city. And on improving recycling, both what materials can be recycled and the amounts of recycling. We've heard mention of the current recycling figures that are at an all-time low here in Birmingham. And we need CCTV cameras to tackle fly tipping, but not just in Labour wards. They've got to be across the whole city. It is a city-wide problem, not a Labour ward problem. In order to deliver on the neighbourhood and community priorities, the Conservative amendment would build on the ward budgets. As I said, the announcement by the leader of Community Trust is welcome, but it needs to go further. In both the Lib Dem and Green amendments, there is a common localisation thread of devolving more resources down from the centre to the wards. Residents, Lord Mayor, want to see change and improvement. They want to build back better and greener. They want to see investment in their communities. They want a rejuvenated natural environment. And they want their local councillors, as community leaders, to play their part in achieving. And this is why I support the Conservative amendment. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Pocock.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. No speaker on this side of the chamber could begin without first hammering home the wholesale hypocrisy of the Conservative opposition and their hollow claims about low tax. This is the party, and thank you, Councillor Jenkins, for drawing my attention to this, that has produced the highest tax rates in this country for 70 years. The highest tax rates for 70 years. They are about to increase business taxes by more than 20%. They're about to raise the business corporation tax rate from 19 to 24. More than a fifth increase to businesses across this country. The Councillor for Four Oaks has been generous enough to have given his own views on this, and I know how divided the party opposite are on this question of taxation. So we have a high tax and low growth government, which has raised taxes, but at the same time starved public services across this country, in particular the services to local government. We know we've lost 800 million in this city from the government's support to local government, but it goes beyond that. There are additional cuts to our services through the public health grant. The public health grant is not the council tax. The public health grant is a national government grant that funds the public health services in this city. We received full information on this at last week's HOSC Scrutiny Committee. Take one service area, for example, the sexual health support service provided by the Umbrella team, one particular service. In 2016-17, the figures presented to us, they had a public health grant of 14.539 million. 6 years on, with inflation, just to stay still, they would have needed 27% extra to rise to 18.464 million, to be precise. But in reality, their grant this year is less than it was 6 years ago. It's 4.426 less than a simple stand-still budget. What do we have as a result? Reduced services, free pregnancy advice, crucial service, reduced under 18 conceptions and vital service, STI diagnosis reduced, and reduced late HIV diagnosis, key services to people of this city. You can use that one small specific example. The same impact is there in the reduction in service by a high tax government in other areas of public health. Take, for example, substance misuse, school health, school nursing, stop smoking, the support given to public mental health, physical activity, all the support to keep people healthy and to prevent ill health and to prevent the costs of ill health which then flow into the care and NHS system. This is the effect of a government that has cut funding to our services while creating the highest tax rates in this country for 70 years. This council does need to provide better basic services, and that's why it's so welcome to see the extension of the mobile household recycling centres. We've also seen this additional announcement today, thank you to Councillor Mahmood, for an assisted collection service. We'll have free bulky collections. That's a really important step forward for people who can't physically get to the mobile recycling centres. We then have the support to the sack crews, the support to the crews doing street cleaning, the leaf litter funding, the fly tipping clean-ups. We are seeing more ambitious schemes coming forward on recycling. And yes, this council also does need to devolve more power and resources to local communities. And that's why it's also welcome to see the leader's announcement about the additional support for the celebrations in the city this summer and the new devolved community grants. We do not need to hear the low tax mantra being chanted by Britain's highest tax party in the last 70 years. They have lost all credibility. That's why people will take no notice of what they're saying today. They have no credibility. That's why they lost last year's local elections, and that's why they will lose next year's general election. Thank you very much.
Councillor Mumtaz Hussain.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My speech today will be brief, but it will be dedicated to the people of Aston. Since becoming a councillor in May last year, I have received too many complaints from residents about fly tipping and antisocial behaviour. Lord Mayor, the residents of my ward, the place I have lived my whole life, often feel that they have not been listened to and things need to change. I want Aston residents to see council that cares enough to fix fly tipping and be light to their streets, their passageways and their parks. I want Aston residents to see a council that works hard to fix problems caused by HMOs and antisocial behaviour. I want Aston residents to feel pride in the place that they live in and the residents to feel respected. So imagine my frustration when emails go unanswered and calls get unreturned. It is my hope that we move forward into a new financial year. The ruling group will do their best to help all the city. Some areas such as Aston need help levelling up. By accepting the Lib Dem amendment today, you will begin to help to equalise places like Aston. By accepting the Lib Dem amendment today, you will send messages to the people of Aston that they matter. I invite the ruling group to join me in making Aston a better place for all. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Rick Payne.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, Labour have recognised there are major issues with rubbish and waste collections throughout the city and that the service is inadequate, providing overall a very poor service for residents. Why is it then that Labour have removed free bulky waste collections, adding massively to fly tipping, and indeed, Lord Mayor, passed on the cost of removal to residents at £33 per collection? In addition, residents are expected to pay an extra fee for garden waste collections of £50 a year. There are collections regularly that fail and lead to frustration from residents who feel they are not getting value for their money. Their money, Lord Mayor. Council tax is on the rise again, yet, Lord Mayor, we also have a rise in uncollected waste leading to even more complaints. Why is it that we are asking for more money from residents at a time when Labour themselves have admitted that people are feeling the crunch? Yes, we have recently seen the introduction of MHRC across the city, but surely offering residents free bulky waste collections and free garden waste collections would give our residents far better value for money. If, Lord Mayor, council tax was frozen for a time, we could help with residents' disposable income, rather than burden them with additional costs of failing waste removal services and failing to provide even the basic needs of residents. Freezing council tax would save the average household £228 per year over the next 4 years, at a time where these savings could really make a difference. At a time where some of the waste removal services are restricted, such as the closure of Holford Lane depot that serves the residents of King's Standing, it would be the right time to reintroduce free bulky waste collections rather than hemorrhaging money to clean up all of the fly tipping. That is resultant of charging residents for this service. Lord Mayor, it seems to be extremely unreasonable for Labour to pass on costs to residents for waste collection, increase the costs of failing collections through council tax increases, and to continue to provide a poor value for money service for residents of our great city. This is why I would urge support for our amendment. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Mary Locke.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The budget that is before us today shows that Birmingham's Labour Council is delivering on the people's priorities for the city, in spite of the hugely challenging national and international circumstances. We have got a plan to make our city cleaner, safer and better for everyone. In my ward of Sturchley, people have told me that their main concerns are fly tipping and waste. In the last year and a half since Labour launched the Cleaner Streets initiative, we have seen huge progress across the ward and in Sturchley. The mobile household recycling centres have proven incredibly popular in my ward, and with each visit being well used by local residents. We have seen falling rates of fly tipping, and people have commented on what a difference the MHRCs have made. I would like to thank the excellent crews who work in the Sturchley ward. Whilst things aren't perfect, they will always respond to my concerns and actions with reports of fly tipping. Lord Mayor, things are not perfect across the city, and we know that there are still issues with misplaced miscollection, and fly tipping, but this budget puts aside money for further Clean Streets initiatives for the year ahead, which will continue to make a difference in communities across the city. Lord Mayor, I have been proud that Birmingham's Labour Council has stepped up to help our residents through the cost of living crisis, which it's impacting families across our city. The response from the people of Birmingham has been incredible. And when the call went out about opening warm welcome spaces, community groups, faith groups and charities responded, and there are now more than 200 spaces open in our city for people to go and receive advice and support. I am proud that Birmingham's Labour Council has supported food banks, pantries and clubs across the city and worked to keep people claim and helped people to claim for benefits that they are entitled to. Lord Mayor, the budget before us today ring-fences a further £6 million to support vulnerable adults across the city, which will be so important as the months ahead as we continue to deal with the cost of living crisis. With rising food, energy and fuel prices, families across Birmingham continue to struggle. The Truss economic experiment failed, and now hard-working families are picking up the pieces. Now more than ever, we need a Labour government to rebuild our country after 13 Conservative mismanagement years.
Councillor Adam Hicks.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Firstly, as set out in my registered interest, I'd like to declare a non-pecuniary interest as a governor on the board of the BMI and being the president of Warstock Community Centre, for which I have received a dispensation. Now, I'm proud to rise in support of the Conservative alternative budget. Labour have put up council tax up by 46% since they took control in 2012 and plan to increase it by 15% over the next 4 years, a £666 increase in residents' pockets. We're proposing to freeze it for the next 4 years to support people through the cost of living crisis. To restore cleanliness and pride in our city, as welcome as they are, we need to go further than the mobile household recycling centres, and our alternative budget restores free green waste collections, free bulky waste collections, and brings in dedicated waste prevention and enforcement in local communities. I should add, whilst those with assisted collections getting one free bulky waste collection a year is a welcome step, our budget goes further in allowing all residents in our city to make use of free bulky waste collections. Our alternative budget will increase the use of mobile CCTV. There are areas in my ward that are screaming for CCTV to prevent ASB and fly tipping, so I know this will be very welcome. We know that what our communities need, and our alternative budget will restore community chest funding so councillors can fund the projects our areas have been crying out for years. We have been calling for this for many years now, and I'm glad to hear plans for this are finally in Labour's budget too, but of course the devil will be in the detail. And finally, I can picture the eyes of some Labour councillors rolling now, but I am going to mention it, and that is the Kings Heath LTN. Our vision for the city means we would scrap the unwanted Kings Heath low traffic neighbourhood to invest in schemes to clean our air that are not devices and despise schemes like green walls. And we are the only group who are suggesting this today when others refuse to listen to the views and concerns of the residents of Kings Heath and the surrounding areas. And I'm sure some Labour councillors are tired of me continuing to go on about the Kings Heath LTN, and one now just said shame on me, but I will never stop speaking up for local residents and businesses who strongly believe that blocking off roads is not the way forward. I hope my colleagues can back our amended budget, a budget that we can all get behind. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Zakir Chowdhury.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm going to start with, first of all, I've been living here almost 50 years, and I haven't moved out of Birmingham because I love Birmingham. This is a great city, and I'm proud to be living in Birmingham. Lord Mayor, Councillor Ian Ward, leader, in his opening remarks, he said that we are successful in Commonwealth Games. Of course, we had a successful, and we are all proud that we have given other countries the benefit of doubt that we are the great city. But looking at things now moving forward, Commonwealth Game is finished, all people gone back home into their countries, and we are left with everything back to square one. Lord Mayor, the beggars are on our streets, homeless is in increase, housing problems are rising every day, social services are failing to deliver the services and for our children, our future children. And it is shameful that we've been hearing from opposite side Labour councillors, and most of them, I think about 10 of them spoken, most of them are cabinet members, and none of the backbenchers have spoken about our city and our failures. And it is a shame that they have been silenced not to speak, or I don't know what is going on in their mind, that they are not speaking. They are not telling the citizens of Birmingham the truth. What is happening on our streets? Fly tipping is in increase, and mobile recycling, Lord Mayor, cabinet member just spoken about that, it is great success. Lord Mayor, last week I have delivered 5,000 leaflets in my ward, and I live in Small Heath. I mention about recycling when I deliver my leaflet, and my leaflet goes to every household in my ward. I live in Small Heath, Lord Mayor, and there was a recycling lorry down my road last week, and none of the residents in Small Heath knew what is going on. So it's a shame that we have councillors sitting here praising that everything is good. And I don't think so everything is good. So I ask the leader, put his hand on his heart and tell this house if everything is good, and is he going to deliver better services, what we deserve. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Lisa Trickett.
honesty in this room and a little bit of recognition to what actually has happened to the citizens of this city. They talk about tea and toast. My mum can't have tea and toast at a day centre because the day centres that used to be open ran by her have closed. My mum cannot actually have home care workers who will stay and actually stay for 25 minutes or half an hour. No, because a privatised service gives a 5-minute service. My children cannot see me going home at night after exams to see how they're okay, because no, I have to provide care for my mum, because actually what is left by the state within this city is inadequate. And then, on top of this, we have a Tory government that requires the council taxpayers of this city to continually pay higher and higher council tax because they refuse to actually pay the money that we need to have a decent adult social care service. So shame on you for what you have done. Can I also... You talk of the youth of our city. We are proud of the youth of our city. We are proud of our pioneers. Many of the pioneers, we had the beautiful service for Councillor Azim the other day, also referenced Councillor Fazal, men who came to our city and actually were part of the workforce that built this city to be the great place it is. What have you done? The Tories took away all of the economic development support that was available. So when Longbridge went, we could put support in. When the factories go shortly, there's no money. There's nothing left because they've closed the programmes. There is the reduction in the money in terms of education, skills and training. They are not the party of business. They are the party of failure. Continued failure to grasp the problems. Can we also talk about children and youth? Because I actually have quite a lot of young people coming in and out my house at various times. And when I talk to those who are in their late 20s, and indeed some of my colleagues on this council, they can actually remember Sure Start centres. They can actually remember growing up in communities where actually they got a meal at the Sure Start centre, their mum got a break actually there, there was English for second language help on hand. All that's gone. In my ward, we had one of the best performing children's centres in the country. Gone. We had to take those out because of the cuts and because of the austerity. And let us not forget, I respect the contributions of some of our Lib Dem colleagues today, but let us not forget, you helped bring us austerity. And finally, we've had a lot of comments about housing and the need to improve housing. And indeed, I think you will recollect there was a motion that we amended and supported at the last council meeting that very clearly owned the challenge of our housing stock. What a shame that you don't actually own a few things. That it was Eric Pickles and his demands for deregulation that put thousands of tenants at risk of fire safety with his 3 out and 1 in policy. That it was Eric Pickles' cuts to housing budgets that left streets half cleared, houses half built, and decent homes programmes abandoned overnight. And let us not forget, I respect every resident who goes off to the Ombudsman. I think we lack in some of our officers, there's a lack of empathy, there's a lack of understanding of the problems our city faces. But do you know what? I'd respect the Ombudsman a lot more if he wasn't a mate of Boris Johnson's and had just been put there as part of the political appointment gravy train that you lot are so keen on. So let us be clear. This city does require a Labour government, because to actually address the kinds of needs, the poverty that your lot have inflicted upon our communities, we need to have a government that understands our city, that can work in partnership. And when it talks about levelling up, it gives the money to the areas that need levelling up, not some posh Tory Yorkshireman's palace. So when I actually look and...
Time. Councillor Ron Story.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to support the Conservative amendment to this budget. An amendment for Brummies that delivers a council freeze for Brummies, scrapping Labour's cost of living council tax rise. I also welcome the proposals by the Conservative group to invest in libraries in Northfield, including reopening the Westheath Library. I also welcome the Conservative proposals to regenerate local centres like Northfield High Street to help make them destinations of choice, modernising and improving safety. How disappointing it is, therefore, for the leader of the City Council to attack these proposals to invest in Northfield and other local centres. I also know from the experience of residents how vital the restoration of CCTV and concierges are on council estates. It is also welcome during the cost of living crisis that the Conservative proposals will fund this from general fund rather than charging residents to improve safety measures. We have over the last few years had numerous debates on the negative impact of badly run HMOs and exempt accommodation across the city. We have heard how the city has an oversupply of this type of accommodation and how we have a shortage of family housing. We also have heard from residents about how damaging living close to a badly run unit can be on your local neighbourhood. That is why I very much welcome the Conservative group's proposals to buy up badly run exempt accommodation and HMOs and convert them back into family housing with protective covenants. Finally, Lord Mayor, I welcome the investment into local neighbourhoods and cleaner streets that the Conservatives' amendment would deliver. We have already heard how over the last decade, fly tipping has increased by over 57%. We have also seen in answers to written questions how fixed penalty notices for litter are heavily issued to only being issued in the city centre, where 85% of all tickets issued are in Ladywood Ward and only one in our local ward of Longbridge and Westheath. I would also again use this chance to urge the Cabinet member to allow mobile outside recycling centres on weekends as well, to help those working shifts who can't currently use the service to be able to access this going forward. Your local Conservatives amendment would deliver cleaner streets, a council tax freeze to help during the cost of living crisis, regeneration of our local high streets, and it would scrap Labour's penny pinching £16,000 to increase the cost of toast and tea and other food in adult day centres. Our amendment is a budget not just for the centre of the city, but for the whole of the city. It has already been said, let's be bold by backing this amendment, be curious by choosing not to follow the Labour whip, be together by putting Birmingham first, and let be this vision of Birmingham. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Akub Khan.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Desensitised communities, that's what we have in the Aston ward. There's no value for money by this administration, Lord Mayor. You only have to visit Aston, and I invite the leader to take a trip down Aston and speak to some of the residents. The fly tipping, one of the biggest problems, not just in Aston, but I'm sure in every inner city ward. The image that you can spot from the satellite or space, you'd think that only the Great Wall of China would be spotted, but in Aston, Deacon Avenue, ask the elderly lady who's in her late 80s, ask her how she feels when she has to wake up every morning, smell the stench coming from that fly-tipped area. And there's no budget to deal with that. No one's willing to take responsibility. We can't ask the residents to foot the bill because they didn't put it there. You've got these hotspot locations scattered around inner city areas where people, some rogue landlords, which hire the services of professional fly tippers, and their function is to go and locate these spots around the city where they can dump. And if the city council is not prepared to take action, we accept they may not be in a position to take
enforcement action for lack of evidence. But they must do something. And I don't blame Councillor Majid Mahmood, the cabinet member, but to give a response, which they have in the press, is remarkable to say, well, the council didn't put it there. Well, we accept the council didn't put it there, but who's going to remove it? That particular spot in Deacon Avenue is a serious health hazard. If there's a fire and there's children in and around that location, there's going to be some serious repercussions for this council. And that's not about political colours. It's the reality. And to just simply say, well, we'll just leave it there, because that seems to be what's being said. Ask the residents of Aston what they think about street cleansing. Streets scattered with litter. On the odd occasion, we have a beat sweeper, but there's no value for service. It just doesn't exist. Crime and antisocial behaviour, Councillor Mumtaz is saying, fellow councillor in Aston raised it. You know, we have antisocial behaviour, which is probably the greatest in the city. The deprivation levels in inner city areas have increased. And there's no equality. I've heard councillors talking about levelling up, bringing those areas which are right at the bottom in par with some of those affluent areas. Well, there's none of that by this administration. There were small pots of funds which they were allocating. Aston was forgotten, yet Aston has to be considered as one of the most deprived. It ticks all the boxes in terms of crime, antisocial behaviour, everything. It is amongst the top. But yet, it seems to be forgotten. Now, I welcome the leader's gesture of giving £100,000, forgive me, £100,000, what we used to have back in 2010, but £20,000 for a two-ward councillor area. Inflation, yeah. It will help, but whether it will go anywhere near what we need in this area is, well, let's hope it's a start and let's hope it progresses. But I want to add, localisation and devolution was something that the Labour government introduced and was advocating. And that's all been taken away. In Aston, we had many residents which had forums and groups. They don't feel that they have any power. As ward councillors, we're like toothless tigers. We just don't have the ability to have officers accountable. And it's no disrespect to any of the council officers. They work hard. But as ward councillors, we are fighting an uphill struggle to even get the very basic of things done. Street lights, 10 days to change a street lamp or get a street column fixed. How's that value for money? And my colleagues already talked about bereavement services. And that's another area which is close to my particular anxieties to see a change. And I want to sit with Councillor Cotton to see how we can improve that. But that's another area which needs investment and needs officers that can deal with matters in a more efficient way. But with a 4.99% increase, the communities are already suffering with the level of increases. I ask the Labour administration and the Labour Council to be bold and support our amendment. I notice I'm out of time, so I'll stop there and hold me. Thank you.
Councillor Kirsten Kurt-L.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I would like to declare a non-pecuniary interest in relation to my volunteer work with the Northfield bid, which I've received dispensation for. And much has been said about how difficult the challenges are in our city and that representation is important. It's important that people have jobs that pay a fair wage and provide a security in retirement. It's important that we have safe streets to travel through and a community that we can belong and be proud of. It's important that our schools unlock the aspirations of our young people, and it's important that people enjoy dignity in their social care provision. And that's what we're talking about today. And I've been a bit disappointed, actually, that we've not acknowledged how essential that is as a service and what that means to families. I'm sure I'm straying away from my speech, but one of my greatest most moving experiences of since being elected has been speaking with families that are struggling with the pressure of social care support across all age ranges. And I think it's that, especially for our older community and older generation, that to turn our backs on the people that built this city, it would be just a reckless and a wholly wrong decision. I'll return to my speech now. Residents want us to crack on and implement solutions to very serious and real challenges that they've had. Despite the government's cuts, this is what that's what this council will do. My priority is and always will be the people of Northfield. But I think I will maybe surprise my younger self that how much I've been rooting for this government to get it right. Because I take no pleasure in the situation the country finds itself in, no pleasure. I don't believe in political point scoring. I don't believe in any Punch and Judy style politics. It's not my style, and I actually don't think it's anyone's style across all of our wards in this city. But the reality is that this government has left services and cities like ours in the lurch. Our budgets have been slashed by £800 million, and the government have left the people of Birmingham to pay the price. Residents understand that their police services have been cut by this government. They can see it from the absence of the bobbies on the beat and rising crime in their area. They know that the NHS is under massive strain because they can't get an appointment at 8:03 a.m. They know that their schools are under a huge amount of pressure with rising energy and food costs. There is no pleasure to be taken from any of that. Quite the opposite. And I will work with anyone who shares my commitment to do best by the people of Northfield. And I think that's indicative of my work in the submission to the Levelling Up bid, that I was yearning to succeed. In the summer, I wrote to Michael Gove to make the case for Northfield to receive the Levelling Up bid, and that it received my wholehearted support as the councillor for Northfield Ward. In that letter, I ended it by saying that beyond the persuasive economic case, the social benefits are compelling too. Fundamentally, Northfield's residents deserve to feel safe, travel easily around their local neighbourhood, suitable space to exercise and play, and of course have pride in where they live. Northfield residents are so proud of their town's centres past. And the Levelling Up funding would have marked the beginning of a long and bright future to be proud of too. I was devastated when the government rejected that bid. I would have been the first person to shake Michael Gove's hand. But I believe that in that vision, and I am determined to work to deliver that future, to deliver a cleaner, safer, and make Northfield an even better place for everyone to live. The government may have turned its back on Northfield, but this council stands strong. This budget excites me because this budget returns power to Northfield's experts, its residents. It's not just levelling up our area, it's levelling up residents' voices and control. Northfield residents will get to make the changes that we want to see. We won't have to wait for ministers, says Michael Gove, or write reams of letters to convince them to share our aspiration, Northfield's ambition for our area. We can take that action directly for ourselves and make that improvements we want to see together and enjoy the benefits together. And I can't wait to work with residents to make that success. And I feel equally as excited to hear colleagues from across the chamber share that excitement too. Thank you.
Councillor Aslak Ahmed.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Is that better? Thank you, Lord Mayor. The setting of the budget is the most important decision that this council takes each year. It determines where the council is prioritising its spending, what the level of council tax will be, and sets the direction for the year ahead. This budget before us today is the product of a huge amount of work from both politicians and officers, and I would like to thank everyone for their hard work in putting this document together. Lord Mayor, under this Labour administration, we have a balanced medium-term financial plan, which is a remarkable achievement in the face of very difficult national and international economic pressures. As the chair of the Resources Overview and Scrutiny Committee, I have led the scrutiny of the Council's financial position and have seen the progress that has been made to close the budget gap which in October stood at over £80 million. With a combination of rapidly increasing prices and increased demand for our services, the Council was in a difficult position and had a huge amount of work ahead of it to balance the books for the year ahead. But make no mistake, 13 years of Conservative mismanagement, culminating in their botched mini-budget in September last year, have left this Council with far less funding than we need. It has been well documented over the years that Birmingham City Council has had £800 million cut from its budget, but it is an important point that is worth repeating. Truss and Kwarteng decided to take a huge economic risk in September, and they lost. And whilst they were booted out of office, it is up to us as local authorities and as working people to foot the bill for their recklessness. Lord Mayor, it is now clearer than ever that we need a Labour government to come in and clear up the mess that the Conservatives have left behind and deliver a decade of economic renewal that will help our communities here in Birmingham to thrive. The Labour Council has a plan to make our city cleaner, safer and better for everyone. But we need a Labour government in Westminster to help us to reduce the inequalities that hold back too many lives in our city. And Lord Mayor, I'd like to just finish off from a quote from Member of Parliament David Davis to Boris Johnson: "Man, just go." Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Mick Brown.
Okay, thank you, Lord Mayor. I want to start by praising the City Council for setting not only a balanced financial plan, a huge achievement when you think that £800 million has been cut over 13 years of Tory austerity, but one which supports the goals of a healthier city in terms of its physical and emotional well-being. Lord Mayor, as Chairman of the Health and Social Care Committee, I hope I can speak for many members of that committee by saying that health and well-being is one of the great challenges facing Birmingham, and that the Council's commitment to move the focus from crisis to prevention by helping families at an earlier stage is to be welcomed. For far too long, people have had to wait till they reach the acute stage to receive help, and it is encouraging to see a commitment the resources that exist in our communities are linked to developing resilient and thriving communities, communities where every citizen can have a healthy life at each stage of their life. While the pandemic showed how a city like Birmingham can create public and third sector partnerships, strengthened by the input of lots of volunteers to respond to the crisis, the pandemic also highlighted the structural inequalities in our city, the pervasive impact of poverty, and the increased inability of our public services to effectively respond after a decade of consistent cutting to funding. Lord Mayor, few can doubt the impact of the pandemic has had on people's mental health and emotional well-being, which is why I am pleased that the children and young people's mental health will become a key scrutiny inquiry this year. We heard that over 4 times as many young people are now in contact with mental health services as there were 6 years ago, with those living in higher deprivation areas more likely to be in contact with mental health services. The committee heard that CAMS services are now treating 4 times more people than they were 6 years ago, and that nationally an additional £300 million per year is needed to make health services meet the standards that they should be. Coming out of the pandemic saw Birmingham faced with record levels of demand from residents with diabetes or other disabilities and limiting long-standing illnesses, and this budget will be at the forefront of helping to tackle those health inequalities. Helping people to remain or return to being economically active or being an active member of society is key to achieving thriving communities. Lord Mayor, key to achieving this is an effective and accessible primary care system and a public health system which is targeted at promoting well-being and preventing ill health. And my committee heard about the consequences of Tory cuts over the last 10 years. The vital services that public health provide in Birmingham, such as stop smoking support and sexual health clinics that underpin the Council's plans, have been affected by cuts in the public health budget, which in 2021 was in real terms 24% lower than it was back in 2015-16. Likewise, despite a government promise to provide nationally 6,000 extra GPs by 2024, in 2023 we have 2,000 less GPs than we did in 2015. Sadly, with social care, after a much heralded oven-ready deal, which is left in the fridge for 18 months, the Tories have left the council responsible to deal with the funding shortfall by having to increase the social care tax precept. The committee also heard that the creation of the integrated care system, the integrated care boards across Birmingham and Solihull, and the partnership boards will hopefully mirror the council's approach to improving health by recognising the crucial role that quality housing, education and planning have in improving people's overall physical and mental health. However, all of this will count for nothing if the integrated care boards are forced to backfill for the choice of the Conservative government to continue to underfund vital NHS services. By helping to reduce poverty, creating employment opportunities and ensuring the city's air is fit to breathe, this budget aims to create an environment where people are empowered to understand their own physical, mental health and emotional well-being issues and access the support when they need it. Lord Mayor, I am proud of what this Labour Council is committed to achieving and believe that it will deliver on the priorities of our residents and help remove the inequalities that have and continue to hold back the lives of far too many of our people. Thank you.
Councillor Miranda Perks.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm a new councillor, and so this is my first budget, and it's an awesome responsibility we have as councillors, and one which we must all take extremely seriously. Now, I must admit, looking at my own household budget, the cost of childcare, don't even get me started on that, energy bills, the weekly shop, let alone the big shop, and then in general, the lack of economic growth over the last 13 years, stagnant wages, the rise in the number of workers using food banks, the strikes, the fact that we're in 2023 and have had to create warm spaces here in Birmingham, just the general feeling out there that life is grim and there is no sign of it lifting anytime soon. Now, against this backdrop, in all honesty, I wasn't looking forward to this budget. I was dreading having to make the decision of which services to cut funding to. But whilst the Conservative Party may seem hell-bent on destroying themselves and taking the rest of us down with them, I'm very pleased that we, in Birmingham, are taking a responsible position with respect to our finances, and we have been able to provide a balanced, medium-term financial plan for the next 4 years and have a long-term plan for financial stability. We're not having to make the sweeping cuts to services which I thought were inevitable and which we will no doubt see the Conservative government make. Now, don't get me wrong, I am not for one moment saying that I am in any way happy with the amount of money we have to spend as a council. When we're talking about a budget of billions, that sum of money seems like a lot. But when you drill down into the figures and look closely at the cost of the services the council provides and the increased demand on those services as a direct result of the cost of living crisis the Conservatives have led this country into, the money we get handed down from central government just isn't enough. The 800 million lost from our budget over the last 13 years is needed. We need that money back. Now, there are a few specific points I want to make in respect of the financial plan, and looking firstly at council tax. Now, let's be honest, no council wants to be in a position where they're having to increase raising council tax. It's not a popular policy, and it's not just Birmingham that will be raising council tax, and it's not just Labour councils. We've been forced into this position by the specific choices made by the Conservative government. They have based their funding calculations for Birmingham on us making these increases, and it's the only way we are going to provide the services which we are required to. Now, it's actually a pretty shrewd move by the Conservative government because it deflects any anger away from them at all. And they've got a pretty good track record of doing this, trying to blame others for their bad decisions, for the lack of economic growth over the last 13 years, which has seen us all poorer. The EU, the pandemic, the war in Ukraine. Now, in respect to the increase to the adult social care levy, the Conservatives have had 13 years to come up with a long-term strategy to deal with social care. They knew the pressures were coming, you could forecast it. But again, it's been left to councils to have to increase the adult social care levy in order to make up for the shortfall in funding from central government. Now, in respect of procurement, I agree that we need to look at procurement and we need to continually monitor spending on it. What I do not agree with, though, is the notion that any potential savings can be said to be substantial enough to go anywhere near making up for the cut in our budget of 800 million in the last 13 years. And I would say that the council has a better track record with its procurement than the Conservative government has. The Conservative government spent 2.6 billion on PPE equipment that was unsuitable for use, 673 million on PPE equipment that was unusable, and 750 million on equipment that was not used before its expiry date. So this doesn't even take into account the additional billions written off by the Conservatives based on the current value of the equipment. So if you put those figures against our budget for Birmingham, it does make you sick of how much taxpayers' money has been wasted. Now, I know the priorities for my residents in my ward of Wheelie and Selly Oak are for a clean, safe ward with active community and youth groups. And that is why I am pleased that this financial plan ensures that we keep the mobile household recycling centres and can maintain the additional fly tipping and deep cleaning crews, that thanks to the strong financial...
You're out of time, Councillor. Councillor Marge Bridle.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. I've got a dispensation because I'm on the Castle Bromwich Hall Gardens Trust. It's non-pecuniary interest. 4 years ago, we agreed the policy document, working together in Birmingham's neighbourhoods. There's been a lot of talk today about neighbourhoods. Quite right too. But it must be 7 years ago that a few of us councillors, in fact, my colleague Hendrina reminded me earlier, that we pushed for the council to recognise the need for ward action coordinators, WACs we called them. Officers with a brief to work closely with us ward councillors and local residents to help make things happen locally. We also referred to them, I remember, as make it happen people. That's what we wanted. Well, 22 wards, I think it's 22, now have neighbourhood action coordinators, NACs. They are officers and they're helping us councillors. We've got them in Glebe Farm and Tile Cross. They're working with us and residents to make ward plans happen and get things done. And thanks to the Labour Council, these people will hopefully be rolled out to all our wards come September. That is a massive bit of progress. And I would say to all the new councillors here that persistence here does sometimes pay off. So keep going. So why is that role so important, everybody? Well, at the moment, we're completely on our own as local councillors, really, trying to get things done. And for any councillor worth their salt in here, and I would imagine that's most of us, we're working on the ground with people and it's a real struggle. We're absolutely inundated. If you're doing your job properly, you are inundated. There's only one of us, or two of us if we're lucky, and we're really the only ones on the ground. And I would say on the ground with an overview of the ward. And that overview of what's happening in our wards is important. Who else has that except for us at the moment? But these NACs will also hopefully develop that overview. Their job is to, it says in the blurb, mobilise, organise and empower residents, community groups and partners. I mean, we all know that there's so much talent out there in our local communities, people who want to get stuck in. And, you know, if that's not about early intervention and prevention, then I don't know what is. Getting people to, enabling people to do things for themselves is important. They're focusing, these NACs, on 3 themes: street scene, community safety, and deprivation and quality of life. Well, I bet we've all got all of those themes in our ward plans. And before the Conservatives say, and actually they haven't said it, surprisingly, well, we had ward support officers. Yes, we did actually have ward support officers, although they were slightly variable, I'd say. But what was that courtesy of? It was courtesy of a Labour government. A Labour government. It was only a Labour government that gave large amounts of money for work at neighbourhood level. We had that fantastic Neighbourhood Renewal Fund. We also had Working Neighbourhoods Fund, I remember. And then the Conservative government came in and they scrapped the whole lot. We never saw it again. So I welcome the fact that this Labour Council, in spite of the massive cuts that have been enforced on it, is recognising the importance of this local role. RNAC, just to give you some examples, is supporting residents and us to do things. She's already tackled a load of fly tipping problems. She's actually gone into bags herself. This is probably beyond her duties. Found envelopes with people's names and addresses on, gone round to knock on the door, and the resident has said, guess what? Yes, that is my envelope, and I paid somebody, some rogue, to come and take the stuff away, then dumped in Glebe Farm Park. That's what's going on. So these NACs are going to be important to help the council, learn, I think, about how we can work better, how we can make things better. And with our focus on early intervention and prevention, which hopefully we're all going to get briefed up about, we are going to have somebody on the ground, I think, who can signpost residents to organisations to get help and get that overview of what's out there so that we can make it better. So yes, a golden decade to be made a reality at neighbourhood level.
Thank you. You're out of time. I'm now going to call the leader, Councillor Ian Ward, to reply.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Before I respond to what I've heard from the opposition parties here this afternoon, I'd like to thank members of my own group for their contributions to this debate and for everything that they do to support their wards at what is such a challenging time for families right across this city. Lord Mayor, this afternoon I've heard understandable anger at Tory misrule and the way public services have been neglected. But I've also heard real passion for this city and its communities. I've also listened to the somewhat predictable amendments that have been tabled here this afternoon. This annual failure to grasp reality from the opposition shouldn't come as a surprise anymore. But nonetheless, it continues to be a disappointment. Of course, I know, Lord Mayor, just how challenging things continue to be for local government. It's not easy to meet the needs of 1.2 million people after over a decade of Tory austerity. And it's a genuine challenge to support hard-pressed families at a time when demand for our services is increasing thanks to the government's failure. But I also know that you can't support this city and its communities with ill-thought-out, undeliverable promises. You must set a budget based on reality, not wishful thinking. You can't promise to spend, simply because you know the people of Birmingham will never trust you at the ballot box to make the decisions. And if I may, Lord Mayor, a word of advice for Councillor Alden. If the Birmingham electorate have rejected your policies time after time, perhaps it's time to change the record. Perhaps it's time to forget about an alternative Brummie budget, because you're really talking an alternative reality. Lord Mayor, the Leader of the Opposition acknowledges the cost of living crisis, but of course he was selective when it came to apportioning blame. He understandably pointed to the COVID pandemic and the war in Ukraine. As we all know, both issues have had an impact on economies across the world. But why is it that the International Monetary Fund has warned that Britain is expected to be the only large industrialised country to face a shrinking economy this year. I'll tell you why. Because for years, the Tories choked the UK economy through their ill-judged and failed programme of austerity. Because Boris Johnson, followed by Liz Truss, followed by Rishi Sunak, have failed to kickstart the UK economy post-COVID. And of course, because Liz Truss's shambolic government crashed the UK economy. And talking of Liz Truss, let me just respond to her biggest and perhaps her only fan in this chamber, Councillor Jenkins. Marion, I feel your pain. You're clearly uncomfortable in today's failing Tory party. But let's not be hasty. Please don't try to join the Labour Party. Moving on to Councillor Paul Tilsley and the subject of council debt. It's a little bit technical, this, but I would point out that on the 30th of June 2022, Birmingham had debt per head of population of £2,661, ranking it just 41st of all 480 UK local authorities that reported to the Department of Levelling Up, Housing and Communities. Lord Mayor, this was well below the highest debt per head seen at Liberal Democrat Woking Borough Council at over £18,800 per head, and Tory Spelthorne Borough Council at over £11,200 per head. But there's more to this. The Council's Treasury Advisor, Arling Close, have provided further analysis, whereby each local authority's debt per head figure is adjusted by the proportion of gross service expenditure that the authority is responsible for. And when debt per head figures are adjusted for the level of local services that authorities provide, Birmingham's debt position falls even lower, to 130th out of the 480 local authorities. So we're not in the precarious position of some other local authorities in this country. Let me now deal with the amendments. And first of all, I'd like to turn to the amendment moved by the Green Party. Councillor Pritchard, I do sympathise that you've found it difficult to navigate the budget. You are relatively new to the council. But I must point out one thing. You've made a fundamental mistake in the amendment that you've put forward this afternoon. Your plan to use reserves to balance the budget is simply unsustainable. You've dipped into the Financial Resilience Reserve to balance the budget on an ongoing basis, so it cannot possibly be supported by the Council. Using reserves is, of course, something that Councillor Hunt has accused the Labour Council of doing in presenting the budget this afternoon, but I'm afraid he's wrong. Our use of reserves is to cover the economic shock to our finances, COVID, Brexit, energy prices, etc., not to balance the budget on a recurring basis. That said, I would like to congratulate Councillor Hunt on speaking for 20 minutes without a single mention of the flyover. Instead, there were numerous mentions of Kerslake in Councillor Hunt's speech. In fact, he seems to have taken all of his ideas from Sir Bob Kerslake, almost as if he has few suggestions of his own and little, of course, to offer the people of Birmingham. Sadly, I thought Councillor Hunt's speech lacked passion and belief. In fact, I was left wondering if he really believes in his own amendment. He certainly didn't convince me. Once again, we've also heard the Liberal Democrats complain about the investment in world-class public realm like Centenary Square, Paradise and Victoria Square. Lord Mayor, I've said this before, but they simply don't get it. Every new paving slab currently being laid out in Victoria Square represents an investment in the people of Birmingham. Because these schemes attract businesses and investment into the city as a whole, creating the jobs and building the homes that we will need in the future. The city centre accounts for around 40% of the Birmingham economy. So if we stand still, if we stop investing in it, the whole city will catch a cold. we will risk going back to where we were in the 1980s, when we saw unemployment rates of over 50% in some wards across the city. That can never be allowed to happen again. The Liberal Party must never be allowed to control this council. Lord Mayor, the Liberal Democrats want people to believe that we only invest in the city centre. So let us dispel that myth. Today, we are investing in Langley, in Peddymore, in Ladywood, in East Birmingham and in Perry Bar. In the latter case, to the tune of more than £700 million. Not that we get much credit from Councillor Hunt for investing in his own ward. And while we're dealing with myths, let me pick up Councillor Mackey's claim that this Labour Council is unable to stick to its saving plans. Lord Mayor, in the last 3 years, we've had an average delivery of 90% of our saving plans. It was 91% in 21-22 and 90% in the current financial year. Against a backdrop of ongoing government austerity and increasing costs, that is a remarkable achievement. Once more, the facts are getting in the way of Tory fabrications. Let me address Councillor Alden's challenge to me on the numbers. The gross budget. Is it 3.8 billion or is it 3.2 billion? In fact, we're both correct. But I believe I'm more accurate than Councillor Alden. And I'll explain why. His 3.8 billion figure includes the ring-fenced housing revenue account, and it includes some corporate balances, treasury management, pensions, etc. My figure of 3.2 billion is the council's spend on service delivery. So I would argue it's the more accurate figure. Lord Mayor, I am, however, delighted to learn that Councillor Alden is a fan of my radio appearances. Councillor Bennett. Councillor Bennett, I thought that you made the most thoughtful speech from the Tory side. I'm often accused, not just by you, Councillor Bennett, but by others in the opposition, I'm accused of not listening. But I listened very carefully to your words today. And I think that you issued a fair challenge. So I'm going to take you up on it. I'll second your amendment to reverse the social care refreshment increases, and we'll do precisely that. However, Lord Mayor, we will not be funding it as Councillor Bennett suggests. Rather, it will be funded from the additional grant received in the final settlement from government. Just don't tell me anymore that I do not listen. Lord Mayor, the Birmingham Conservatives have spoken today a lot about choice. Choice for the people of Birmingham. That choice, they claim, is between a Labour council that will increase council tax and a Conservative group that would freeze council tax for 4 years. You have to give it to them, Lord Mayor. The sheer brass neck of calling for a council tax freeze when their party has saddled Britain with the highest tax burden since the Second World War. The harsh reality is that the majority of councils are doing as we are here in Birmingham. Indeed, research from the County Councils Network has found that 84 councils out of 114 who have published their 23-24 budget proposals so far plan to raise council tax by the maximum permitted, which is 4.99%, and that includes many Conservative councils. They're all upper-tier councils with social care responsibilities. But let's indulge the Conservative group for just one moment. They claimed they would freeze council tax for the next 4 years. Let me tell you where that level of economic illiteracy leads to. It leads to Thurrock, it leads to Croydon, and it leads to Surrey. 3 debt-ridden Tory councils, 2 increasing council tax this year by 10% and 15% respectively, and 1, Surrey, on the brink of insolvency with debts of nearly £2 billion. That's where freezing the council tax gets you to. Lord Mayor, the Tory government condemns above inflation pay demands by nurses, but it has rubber-stamped above inflation council tax increases from Tory Thurrock and Tory Croydon. The truth is, Lord Mayor, the Tories have gone from clapping nurses to sacking nurses, and they've gone from talk of levelling up to the reality of levelling down for families and communities across Birmingham and the United Kingdom. So, Lord Mayor, let's talk about choice. The people of Birmingham had a choice to make last May, and they made their views very clear. Just look around this chamber. A Labour group of 65 and a dwindling Tory group that lost seats last May. It's clear that the people of Birmingham will not be fooled by false promises of council tax freezes from the party that has just crashed the UK economy. There is only one party, Lord Mayor, in this chamber proposing a budget that will take this city forward. A budget that will build a city which is prosperous, inclusive, safe, healthy and green. And a budget that will deliver the golden decade of opportunity for the people of Birmingham. So be bold, be Birmingham and be Labour.
We now move to the votes. I would remind members that in accordance with the local authorities, that Standing Orders, England Amendments, Regulation 2014, all motions on the budget must be determined by a recorded vote. As these are a legal vote, can members ensure that they are sitting in the correct seat and press the correct button when voting? Division bell. I'm sure we can cut this bell down a bit. Sorry? I'm sure we should cut this bell down. It's too
Should be about a minute.
Yeah, a bit long. Goes on forever, doesn't it?
It does. It's the longest 2 minutes I'm aware of, Lord Mayor.
Yeah, it's just too long. Yeah, yeah, no, yeah. All right. Yeah. Lock the doors. We will now vote on the First Amendment in the names of Councillor Robert Alden and Ewan Mackey by way of a recorded vote. Will members now cast their votes on the First Amendment? Those in favour of the amendment, press the plus button. Those against the amendment, press the minus button. If there are any abstentions, please press the cross.
Have they all voted? Have they all voted?
Have you all voted? Nothing's up. Lost. That is lost. Okay. 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 Okay, everyone's seen what they need to? That is lost. We will now vote on the second amendment in the names of Councillor John Hunt and Roger Harmer by the way of recorded vote. Once again, will members now cast their votes on the second amendment? Those in favour of the amendment press the plus button. Those against the amendment press the minus button. If there are any abstentions, press the cross. Have you all voted? That is lost. We will now vote on the third amendment in the names of Councillor Julian Pritchard and Rob Grant by way of recorded vote. Will members now cast their votes on the third amendment? Those in favour of the amendment press the plus. Those against the amendment press the minus. If there are any abstentions, press the cross. Have you all voted? That is lost. We will now vote on part one of the substantive recommendations by way of recorded vote. Will members now cast their votes on part one of the substantive recommendations? Those in favour of the recommendations press the plus button. Those against the recommendations press the minus. If there are any abstentions, press the cross. Have you all voted? Carried. That is carried. We will now vote on part two of the substantive recommendations by way of a recorded vote. Will members now cast their votes on part two of the substantive recommendations? Those in favour of the recommendations press the plus. Those against the recommendations press the minus. Any abstentions, press the cross. Have you all voted? That is carried. We will now vote on part three of the substantive recommendations by way of a recorded vote. Will members now cast their votes on part three of the substantive recommendations? Those in favour of the recommendation press the plus. Those against the recommendation press the minus. If there are any abstentions, press the cross. Have you all voted? That is carried. We'll now vote on Part 4 of the substantive recommendations by way of recorded vote. Will members now cast their votes on Part 4 of the substantive recommendations? Those in favour of the recommendation, press the plus. Those against the recommendations, press the minus. Any abstentions, press the cross. Have you all voted? That is carried. We will now vote on parts 5 to 8 of the substantive recommendations by way of recorded vote. Will members now cast their votes on parts 5 to 8 of the substantive recommendations? Those in favour of the recommendations, press the plus. Those against the recommendations, the minus. Any abstentions, press the cross. Have you all voted? That is carried. We will now vote on Part 9 of the substantive recommendations by way of recorded vote. Will members now cast their votes on Part 9 of the substantive recommendations? Those in favour of the recommendations, press the plus. Those against the recommendations, press the minus. Any abstentions, press the cross. Have you all voted? That is carried. We will now vote on Part 10 of the substantive recommendation by way of recorded vote. Will members now cast their votes on Part 10 of the substantive recommendations? Those in favour of the recommendation, press the plus. Those against the recommendations, the minus. And any abstentions, the cross. Have you all voted? That is carried. We will now vote on Part 11 of the substantive recommendations by way of recorded vote. Will members now cast their votes on Part 11 of the substantive recommendations? Those in favour of the recommendation, press the plus. Those against, press the minus. Any abstentions, press the cross. Have you all voted? That is carried. That concludes the business of the meeting.
No, there's one more.
One more, where?
So now we have to do the substantive recommendations. So
Sorry?
it's one final vote for the substantive recommendations as amended. Page is missing, but we just have one final vote.
Yeah, we've just done that. 11.
I've just done 11. We've just done 11.
Yeah, we've just got the substantive. We just have to do substantive recommendations as amended. So it's one final vote because we've just done all the amendments and now we just have to do one final vote.
So where's my wording then? My apologies, councillors, will be finished in 2 seconds. I hope. We've done it.
Just done that.
I know I have. I know I have. I'm not doing that again. I don't.
So it's now just vote on the substantive recommendations as amended.
Councillors, will you please just vote on the substantive motion as recommended?
As amended.
As amended.
This is the final one.
This is the final one. I quite agree. I have asked the instructions and this is what's come back. So what I've been asked to do now is what I've just done. So please,
Because they've all just voted on the amendments, they now need to do the substantive recommendations as amended.
Yeah, well,
So it's the main motion.
that is to cover the main motions as we have done this. So we just want you to vote again on the substantive motion as amended.
Just the main recommendation.
The main recommendation.
To do one final vote.
One final vote. I'm sorry, councillors, but I'm going to pass over to the monitoring officer at this point. Do you want to go through that?
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. We have just voted on the various amendments and the recommendations and report. We just have one final vote just to cover off everything that's in the recommendations of the report. It is just the rule.
Can I ask you, councillors, regardless of what your thoughts are on this, can we please just vote on this? So will members... Yeah. Will members in favour press the plus button of the recommendations? If members against the recommendation, press the minus. Yeah? Yeah. Tell you what. That should have been here all day. Yeah, but it's not, is it? We've never done it like that Fred, out that way, now. Councillors, can I just have your attention just for a moment, please? A few seconds ago, I did read it out again and asked you all to vote again on the substantive motion, all of it, the recommendation, just to vote for, against, or abstain. Did you do that? Yes. Thank you so much. In that case, this concludes the business of this meeting. Thank you for attending and safe journey home. That was carried.